But he understands we need it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Because for yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Author, filmmaker, his latest film, Vigilante, Georgia's vote suppression hitman. His website, Greg Palast, PALAST.com. Twitter, Greg_Palast. Greg, welcome back to the program. Dominion just settled with Fox yesterday for $750 million. Fox essentially admitting that they've been lying about the Dominion voting machine stealing votes. There's a larger issue here, though, and that is, number one, I suppose the privatization of our vote. Why do we have private corporations counting our votes to begin with? If we're going to use voting machines, shouldn't the government buy them and program them? Because all of the software is not open source. None of it is open source. Nobody knows what's in the software. Although apparently everything is hunky-dory and copacetic. But why is this not owned by the government? And number two, this whole long history. I mean, back when Bush was, took the election in 2000, there were a lot of us, I was included in that, who were concerned that maybe the voting machines were a little hinky, or at the very least that in the 2004 election, that in Ohio, the Ohio Secretary of State's office shut down and they had to reload the votes from a server in Kentucky, I think, or something like that. Or am I completely wrong on all that?
You're completely right and completely wrong. So number one, okay, you want the government to control it? You mean DeSantis and Kemp and Trump?
I would like the software to be open source.
Yes,
whether the government mandates it or whether the government owns it and it's open source because of Freedom of Information Act laws, I would like the software to be open source.
I would like not to depend on software whatsoever. And that's why in Los Angeles, we have a system that was created by the Venezuelan government. It's by a group called Smartmatic. What it does is it prints, you make your choice on a screen, it prints the ballots, it doesn't tabulate the ballots in a computer. You look at your paper ballot, you say, okay, I'll put it in the scanner, and then it goes to lockbox, and you can recount it, you got paper. You don't have to trust anyone. And that's what we should have, a system where we don't have to work on trust. We have your right to be suspicious, because for a couple decades, we had something called push and pray machines. You stick your finger on a candidate's name on a computer screen and you pray that they count that vote. But now, because there's been great activists like Bob Petrakis and Harvey Wasserman, we've gotten rid of push and pray. But what we have to now let go is this idea that they're still hacking these computers. That is, that someone is going in from a cave and manipulating the software and flipping your vote. That's over with. And now Fox is paying $750 million. That's just the beginning, because Smartmatic. Remember, they've accused Fox, Lou Dobbs on Fox and the rest of his gang accused Hugo Chavez of fixing the election to defeat Trump's reelection. Chavez has passed away a long time ago. And, it's a canard that we on the left kind of began generating from our suspicions, legitimate suspicions. But now, as I've warned, the Fox crowd, the maggots have picked up with Donald Trump this idea that we started. We fixed that problem. What we have to now do is look at the real problems with voting, which is vote suppression, locking off the lock boxes, stopping souls from the polls, mainly black souls, from voting early and on Sundays before the election. These are the things, the massive purges that Brian Kemp has engineered, Chris Kobach of Kansas, interstate cross-check, these types of purges, which affect mostly people of color. We have to switch our attention to that and not go down the foxhole of some guy in a cave manipulating the software and flipping our votes. We had good reasons to mistrust that system, but now Fox has grabbed it once it's been proved that no longer is our problem. Our problem is the attack on the right of people of color to vote on a massive scale. And that's where we have to put our focus now.
Yeah, and this is really a substantial issue. I mean, the
Good afternoon. This is Pat O'Connell calling to order the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission regular weekly open meeting for Wednesday, April 19th, 2023. Mr. Smith, can you do the roll call?
Commissioner Aguilar. Present. Commissioner Ellison. Present. Commissioner O'Connell.
Present.
We have 3 commissioners present, constitutes a quorum.
Thank you. So next, if we could all rise, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance and the New Mexico State Flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. They salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, see a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Okay, so next item is consideration and approval of the agenda. I've got one item to talk about with the agenda, which is item 10, the discussion, 2 discussions, one on legislative review and one review of the first quarter CRD report. The presenters of those are out sick today, so I'm going to propose removing that item from the agenda this week and move it to next week. Commissioner, do you have any other changes you'd like to make to the agenda?
Did you say both of the items under discussion? Okay.
Yeah, my understanding is both calling in today. Well, yeah, I was just gonna delete item 10. Oh, and
I don't have any more comments to the agenda.
okay,
I have one item on the consent agenda items that I would like to request we move to next week, but I don't remember if I do this now or when we're talking about the consent.
we've been doing it now, and then so then when we get to consent, we have to remember we did it.
Okay. So this is utility matter for the consent agenda 22-00299-UT. This is a proposed order dismissing complaint. And my understanding is that this does not need to be issued this week, and I would appreciate more time to speak with OGC and just sort of refine the current determination.
Okay, so seeing no further suggestions, then
I'm sorry if I there was one matter. Let's see. I apologize for this. So number 6, I guess 23-00071 UT, which involves a proposed order concerning P&M's advice notice 602. This is related to community solar and a proposed interconnection agreement. I did want to move that to the regular action items for more discussion, and I'm going to propose a tabling that until next week, but I would like to explain that.
Okay. Okay, so proposed revisions to the agenda are in the item 7, consent action items, part B, remove case 22-00299 UT for consideration at a future meeting. And also on the consent agenda, item B, move the case 23-00071 UT to the regular action items agenda so we can talk about it. And then delete the discussions under item 10 or from this week and move them to the future. Did I capture that?
I think that was a motion. I can't remember, but I said.
I was trying to just make
Yes.
sure I had it
Yes.
straight before I spoke it, but yeah.
Sounds right. Okay. But if there wasn't a motion, then I moved to adopt the changes to the agenda that you just stated. Sure.
And I second.
Okay, so seeing no disagreement, we'll proceed with that revised agenda.
What did
So
they do?
next item,
We're just working on the agenda.
I know, but did they take the,
so I think we have quite a few folks who have signed up to be public comment. And so if you could monitor yourself and stay on Zoom until we get to that item, I'd appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes. So we've got 3 sets of meeting minutes that were available for review. Commissioners, do you have any comments or revisions on the minutes that we have in front of us?
I don't have any comments. Those seem fine.
I don't either.
Yeah, I don't either, and we have a new court reporter, so thank you for your service, and the minutes are our new format, and frankly, I find it easier to compare this format to my notes, so thank you for that. So anyway, I'll move to approve the meeting minutes of March 15th, March 22nd, and March 29th.
Second.
Guess on a voice vote, we approve the minutes.
I
Great, thank you. Okay, so next item is employee of the month. We have one at this meeting, so I think presentation will be from Miguel Lujan. Miguel, if you can join us.
Good afternoon, commissioners. The employee of the month for April comes from my bureau. It is Phil Bolton of the IT Bureau. Whereas Mr. Phil Bolton serves as an IT Systems Administrator, ASD Division of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. Whereas his nomination states Phil is a tremendous help to the Ambulance and Railroad Bureau and the Transportation Division as a whole. Even though he was always busy, he always provides exceptional service with great attitude. So Phil, actually, this is his 4th year. So he started 4/20/2019. So just by chance, it actually is on his 4-year anniversary tomorrow. So.
Thank you. And thank you, Phil. I mean, he's one of the key ingredients to these meetings actually happening. So he's floating around here, but so it would not be right to blame that on Phil at this point.
Well-deserved recognition. Congratulations, Phil.
Thank you for presenting that, Miguel, too. Are you with us, Mr. Mueller?
Yes, Chairman, your microphone was off, so
Oh, sorry. I was asking,
I was just about to interject.
okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just asking if you could tell us how many folks have signed up for public comment, and then I'll just make a reminder about public comment and turn it over to you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I have 25 people signed up for public comment today, so I will ask what is the wishes of the commission regarding a time limit for speaking, and I can set a clock accordingly.
Thank you for that, Hans. That's exactly what I was curious about. If you read our open meeting policy, we can and may limit public comment to 30 minutes. The reason for the limit is to have a ability to get to the business of this meeting. We can also extend that limit if we choose. And then, so I was going to suggest let's have a discussion of how long you want the limit to be, and then that'll kind of by division tell us how many minutes per speaker. So I was just going to say, based on the agenda we have, we can go longer than 30 minutes today. I was going to propose 45, just coming into this, but entertaining any other suggestions.
Maybe 2 minutes per speaker would be appropriate.
Yeah, 2 per speaker gets us to 50. So that's, thank you for simplifying the math. Okay, so Hans, if you could proceed under that is if we could ask folks, we wanted to hear your public comment, keeping with the open meeting policy for this meeting. If folks could get their comment in 2 minutes, that'd be great. Then you'll be timekeeper. If people run long, we'll have to cut off the comment. And just the reason for that is we want to give everybody opportunity to speak on equal footing. So that's why we're doing it and why we're going to proceed that way. Do we have anyone who's signed up to give comment in person? Because I'd say let's go ahead and take the folks in the room first.
Mr. Chairman, I did have some individuals that indicated they might. So they might just want to do a show of hands, but I believe the majority are on Zoom.
Okay. Do we have anyone here that came intending to do public comment in person?
There's one person.
Ma'am, were you here to provide public comment?
But I didn't sign up.
Okay, so let's go to 52 minutes. You come and you've got 2 minutes at the microphone here. You need to push the button so your mic is live. And then
Okay, my name is Martha Burt. I'm a vice president of Indivisible SOS Santa Fe. I also work with the Public Power Working Group. I want to strongly object to the closed door proceedings that you use to take what I believe to be an illegal procedure, which is to ask for to be reconsidered to not have to do what you signed on or what PNM signed on to do with the Energy Transition Act and with all the agreements that they made to that. They have reneged or tried to weasel out of virtually everything that they said they would do. And that includes trying to sign up to join with Avangrid, which is one of the most vicious anti-public, anti-consumer organizations in the world, because there's lots of evidence of them misbehaving in many of the United States where they operate and in other parts of the world. That's what I have to say.
thank you. So I believe that concludes the in-person portion of the public comment hearing. So Hans, if you could take it away and help us through the the people who have signed up to provide.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If people who are on the Zoom platform that can see the screen will see that I have screen shared the public comment list, which
Yes.
provides the order that we will be going in.
Maybe it's just for Zoom people.
If
Oh, yes, sorry.
please make sure to mute yourself when it is not your turn to speak. Otherwise, we can hear you. That is if you are calling in on your phone, that is *6 to mute and unmute yourself. Otherwise, I'll have to go through the participant list and start muting people. Right now, since we are at 2 minutes, I do want to remind everyone that if you feel you have not been adequate, if you have not gotten everything you wanted to say in, written comments regarding the PNM Avangrid merger can be submitted to prc.records@prc.nm.gov. If you could please put in your subject line, case number 20-00222 UT, public comment 2023. And your public comment will be filed into the docket, which is the PNM Avangrid case right there. And if you didn't follow that on your phone, you can always email it to me. Everyone has my email address, and I will be sure to put that into records. So if you want to submit your written comments, that is another way to do that. The public comment list right here this is the order that we will proceed in today based upon the request time earliest to latest. So right now I'll start with Walter Gerstel. Walter, if you are on, go ahead and unmute yourself, and I will start your 2 minutes when you begin.
Hello, commissioners. I am a professional engineer. To avoid climate catastrophe, we need to decarbonize our New Mexico economy as quickly and as justly as possible. I do not know whether the proposed Avangrid PNM merger is the best way to further these goals. Therefore, I ask the Public Regulation Commission to either stand by its decision taken a year ago to deny the merger, or else to open the case again so that all stakeholders, including the general public, will be well informed about the proposed merger. This decision is important to the lives of all New Mexicans and therefore should not be taken in the dark. To aid public understanding, the Avangrid decision must be made in the light of day. The PRC must avoid the appearance, whether real or merely perceived, that it has caved in to powerful corporate interests remote from New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Carol Miller. Carol, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners, staff, and participants. Make no mistake, Avangrid Iberdrola is a bad actor. Avangrid has an extensive history of violating criminal and civil laws and prioritizing profits over local ratepayers. The most frightening aspect of a possible merger between PNM and Avangrid is that New Mexicans will have no way to really fight back against the multinational conglomerate. The most Avangrid can be punished in New Mexico by law is $100,000 fine a day. Avangrid would consider $100,000 a day as merely a nuisance and continue whatever actions it wanted. Avangrid has already been hit with a $10,000 fine in New Mexico for abuse of process. A few nefarious acts committed by Avangrid Iberdrola include in Spain, Iberdrola drained 2 large lakes during an intense heat wave to produce cheap hydroelectricity so they could take advantage of consumers who had to pay high rates. And in Maine, Avangrid began construction of its transmission line.
Hi, Martin. How's it going?
Bulldozing a pristine forest before it got the required.
Pretty well, thank you.
certificate.
What's up?
Make no mistake, Avangrid Iberdrola will continue these horrifying practices in New Mexico.
Absolutely. I am home.
Imagine having no say in how much we pay for electricity. Imagine random brownouts and blackouts. And imagine all profits from electricity produced or transported in New Mexico going to a monopoly that ignores public outcry, circumvents local utility regulations, and openly violates other laws without recourse. If the merger between PNN and Avangrid Iberdrola occurs, these terrifying scenarios will become every New Mexican's reality.
Thank you for your comment. Just a reminder to everyone else, once you have, if you're waiting for your turn for comment or after you have made your comment, please mute yourself so we don't get interference from other people's commentary. Next, I have Corinne Pliwa. Corinne?
Yes. I guess I'm not being shown. That's okay. I read I skimmed through this morning their appeal to the Supreme Court. And what I got was an impression that they hadn't done their proper filings when they were first coming before the PRC. And now they've got all the paperwork and it's like, okay, you need to reconsider it because now we have our stuff together. That and a claim that New Energy Economy had cherry-picked the evidence against them. I cannot say enough how facetious I found all of that. I kind of got an impression that they may have thought that coming into New Mexico and doing this partnership with PNM, of this merger with PNM, was going to be a walk in the park. And because the old PRC did do due diligence and did put forth a lot of evidence, they were caught sort of on the back foot, and now they want to redo it. But now they don't even want to appeal to the Supreme Court. They want to take back that appeal or rescind it, whatever the legal thing is, and just go straight to the PRC, which currently consists of 2 people, because one had to recuse himself of the 3 that the governor appointed. So I'm confused. Anybody who knows anything better can straighten me out. That's all.
Sorry, Jim, thank you for your comment, Corinne. Jim, you're up next.
Thanks to the commission for having this open meeting finally. And what I would just want to emphasize is that the previous commission spent a lot of time and a lot of money producing 1,000 pages of testimony and research. And that commission, all 5 of them voted against this merger. And if the new commission has some new information that they need to share that somehow argues against what the previous 5 people decided, then they need to present it, not just stories about, oh, they cherry-picked this and that. How about some facts? The disgusting part of this is that we as ratepayers are going to be paying for all the lawyers' fees in order to do this. So take it to the Supreme Court. Oh no, I don't want to go to the Supreme Court. I want to go to the new commission. because the new commission might
Two
give me what
guys.
I want.
Two guys.
If PNM wants to merge or sell the company, why don't they find someone worth doing that with? The public interest is not being served in this way. PNM stands for Public Service Company of New Mexico, serving the public.
No.
The PRC is the Public Regulation Commission. Public, public, public. We need to be involved and we need to have our voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Sharon Argenbright. Sharon, go ahead and unmute yourself. Hearing no response. April Lee. April, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for holding this public comment period. I would like to reiterate what the speakers who have gone before me have said, which is to say that I believe that the previous decision taken by the 5-member PRC with, as Mr. Pliwa mentioned, a sizable investment of public money, that the previous decision taken that a merger between PNM and Avangrid should not go ahead. There is I read an Albuquerque Journal article with the CEO of Avangrid in which he said that we have a good track record. We care about technology and renewable development, and everywhere we operate, we've been very engaged with local communities and customers. Except everywhere they've ever operated in the world, they have actually shown a track record of gouging the public, harassing public members of the public over bills that they never incurred, a really, really dodgy record around the world. And if anything, a merger with PNM would basically sever the public's ability to protest any egregious dodgy dealings in New Mexico. Just in the United States, in New York, Connecticut, and Maine, they have faced the maximum penalty for dodgy business practices. So they have a very strong track record of being a completely horrific company. PNM merging with them should not be up for consideration in the manner that it is being considered at this time. And I ask that you not go ahead with a revote on this decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Lynn Moorer. Lynn, go ahead and unmute yourself.
I'm Lynn Moorer, an environmental attorney in Las Cruces, testifying in an individual capacity today. The legal theories undergirding your request to the Supreme Court for dismissal so that you can reconsider the request for merger by PNM and Avangrid are flawed. Furthermore, the manner in which you have handled PNM's and Avangrid's efforts to have the previous PRC's 2021 decision overturned, unfortunately, carries a distinct stench. It is necessary to point out that the Commission may not remedy its previous violations of the Open Meetings Act after the fact, through public discussion at today's meeting, for example. Moreover, the Supreme Court currently possesses jurisdiction over this case, not the Commission. The Commission may not snatch the case back in the unlawful manner that it is apparently attempting today. If the PRC has been provided new evidence by Avangrid or PNM since the PRC's 2021 decision, it must be made public. To fail to make it public violates the prohibition on ex parte communications. If the Commission does not have new evidence underlying its decision, it constitutes an impermissible, arbitrary, and capricious decision. I recommend that the Commission withdraw its motion to the Supreme Court to dismiss Avangrid's and PNM's appeal and withdraw its request for remand back to the PRC. If new evidence actually exists justifying a reconsideration by the commission, the process must restart at the beginning with PNM and Avangrid filing a new application. All due process procedures must be assiduously followed, and all PRC deliberations must be fully compliant with the Open Meetings Act. I also respectfully recommend that you try to repair the considerable damage you've done to your reputation as a commission by making all future decisions in a fully open, accountable, and lawful manner, no matter how inconvenient or uncomfortable you may find it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next on the list, I have Talia Sanchez. Talia, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Talia, and I'm a resident of the Rio Rancho area, and I wanted to speak in support of the merger today and highlight the excellent job that Avangrid has done with reaching an agreement and creating a relationship with the Navajo Nation. 13,500 of homes in the Navajo Nation were previously without electricity, and now with the help of Avangrid, they're able to resolve that, bringing these homes basic conveniences such as electricity. The agreement with the Navajo Nation allowed the Navajo Nation to maintain 51% control over the deal in order to maintain sovereign control. Examples like this show how well Avangrid works with their communities and businesses and how they prioritize their customers and their well-being, not themselves like some may try to make us believe. I also would like to point to a similar utility case with JP Morgan and how the JP Morgan case was approved. And I urge you to look at that case and examine the similarities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have John Ingram. John, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm a born New Mexican and a former PNM stockholder. I applaud you for this open meeting today. I believe we New Mexicans will be harmed if you continue to hold executive session meetings concerning Iberdrola of Spain, Investment Authority of Gutter, and Avangrid of Connecticut's offer to buy out and own PNM. That offer was rightly rejected by the previous PRC. I believe it would be better for New Mexicans if you will hold public meetings as you are legally required to do whenever commissioners debate any matter related to these multinational corporations which continue to offer to buy out PNM. I remind you, PNM is a monopoly. It is allowed to be a monopoly only if you, the commissioners, and the PRC regulate it publicly in the public interest. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to other comments and other open meetings regarding this attempted buyout by a multinational corporation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Carl Peterson. Carl, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Commissioners, my name is Carl Peterson. I am a ratepayer who resides in Bernalillo County. I am also a board member of Indivisible Albuquerque. Indivisible Albuquerque is very concerned about the PRC's agenda when deciding behind closed doors to join with an adverse party to recall a decision that was finalized by your predecessors. Indivisible believes in transparency and accountability. The PRC performed its role when it determines that Avangrid PNM merger was not in the public's best interest. This decision was not arbitrary. It was based in evidence. Your predecessors reviewed over 40,000 pages of public evidence in coming to this decision. Now, this quasi-judicial body is attempting to recall a decision that has moved beyond your judicial authority. This board no longer retains jurisdiction of this decision. You have met behind closed doors to take legal action that New Mexico law doesn't support. The factual basis considered by your predecessors has not changed. Only you, the membership of the fact-finding body, has changed. You cannot arbitrarily seek to overturn the judicial decision without basis. If you have collected new evidence in support of this merger, you will have violated the Open Meetings Act. If there is no evidence, new evidence, the earlier decision cannot be contested and shall stand. Either way, your actions are destroying New Mexico's faith in the only body that protects ratepayers from predatory utility monopolies. This flies in the face of the rule of law. There are no do-overs. Finality is the concept that certain disputes must achieve a resolution. Once decision finality has been achieved, the parties to a case must live with the decision. If Avangrid wishes to seek application for a new revised merger with PNM, it can reapply in the future. Thank you for this time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I have John Foreman. John, go ahead and unmute yourself. Calling once again for John Foreman. Hearing no response. Sandra Wheeler.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Most of the horror stories of Avangrid Utilities' parasitic treatment of ratepayers in the Northeast are a result of how exceptionally ruthless Avangrid is doing everything to extract blood from ratepayers for lousy service, such as frequent and long-lasting power outages well above the national average and during bitterly cold winter storms, not replacing lethal downed power lines for days, even weeks, because they leave maintenance to out-of-state subcontractors they don't pay well. Their billing practices are bozo. Avangrid's utility in New York has a policy to have the utility itself read meters once a year with no guarantee they'll show up then. So ratepayers email photos of their meters. If the company gets behind on the emails, they'll throw in an estimate on the high side just to be safe. In the years since the New Mexico PRC denied the PNM Avangrid merger, Avangrid's national political contributions went 10 times higher than in previous years. And I'm sure they expect good return on investment. Which brings us here today. There is hope. The PRC is charged with balancing the interests of shareholders and ratepayers, while PNM is just involved with the ratepayers' benefits. Yet you sure look like you're on PNM's side in their merger with Avangrid, because you literally were on PNM's side in asking the Supreme Court to reopen the merger without, apparently, any new evidence. And because you decided to do that in secret in spite of the Open Meetings Act, which I think we're all objecting to. And not least because you were handpicked by Governor Lujan Grisham, who is always on the side of putting fossil fuel revenues in state coffers. And I'll put more about that issue in my written commentary. However, I want you to know that I would love to be wrong about you getting off on the wrong foot.
Please conclude your commentary.
I'm sorry?
Please conclude your commentary. You're over the 2-minute mark, so please conclude.
I am done. I mean, that's it. You can prove us wrong. Deny the merger. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Wanda Zimmerman. Wanda, go ahead and unmute yourself. Second call, Wanda Zimmerman. Hearing no response, Bob White.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Hello?
Go ahead with your commentary.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I've listened to the other comments here today and, going to question the process of getting this in front of the Supreme Court and trying to get it withdrawn to this. I understand all of that, but my concerns about this from the beginning is if a private entity wants a contract this much, that they're willing to expend the kind of money that has been expended on lawyers, on media, on public relations ventures, all of this, how much money do they see coming out of P&M as a potential? Because that money isn't going to be going to do the type of maintenance that really needs to be done in this age of mega forest fires and things like that. That money isn't going to be going to do that. It's going to be going to pay 6 and 7 and 8 figure salaries of executives in another part of the world who have no interest. Ultimately, utilities are a public function. They may be contracted out if there seems to be benefit in the contract, but there's no benefit that I can see in this other than making some people on the other side of the world wealthier tomorrow than they are today. You really need to reconsider this. The other thing is, I'm an amateur historian, love New Mexico history. Since Santa Fe was founded in 1608, there have been a lot of movidas, a lot of jobs done that were really rotten. And this one, if it goes through, going against the initial finding of the PRC, it's going to be one of the great movidas in New Mexico history. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I have Paul Zauter. Paul, go ahead and unmute yourself.
I'm Paul Sauter from Albuquerque. I'm a PNM ratepayer. The previous PRC rejected the PNM Avangrid merger by a unanimous vote of 5-0. And they decided that on the basis of the evidence that the PNM Avangrid merger was not in the interest of New Mexicans. The decision was appealed to the New Mexico Supreme Court, and the current PRC has asked the Supreme Court to dismiss the appeal and remand the case back to the PRC for reconsideration. So what has changed since then? The evidence hasn't changed as far as the public knows. The facts haven't changed as far as the public knows. The composition of the PRC has changed. The PRC has no legal right to ask the Supreme Court to dismiss the appeal and remand the case back to the new PRC for reconsideration. It is exactly as if a lower court in a criminal case attempted to interrupt the appeals process and asked the appeals court to remand the case back to them for reconsideration. That's not how the law works. The ruling of a tribunal, including the PRC, is final and can only be changed through an appeal to a higher court. The PRC must not interfere with the appeals process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I have Chris Vogel. Chris, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good. My name is Chris Vogel. I am also a PNM ratepayer and a member of the board of directors of Indivisible Albuquerque. When this came before the previous PRC, not only the 5 members, but the hearing officer himself objected to this merger based upon the evidence presented. The fact that PNM was given a monopoly and therefore has a fiduciary relationship with those people over which it has a monopoly, played an important part in their decision-making process. Avangrid's behavior as an international company has been less than perfect as evidenced by all of the testimony previously. The case is before the New Mexico Supreme Court, and I believe, based upon testimony we've heard from Lynn Moore and Carl Peterson and Paul Souter, that this committee, this PRC committee, does not have legal jurisdiction to call back this decision, which was finalized by the previous PRC. Removing it from the state Supreme Court really harms the New Mexicans involved as much as the merger itself would, in terms of taking us into the floating energy world where our electricity would be governed like Texas. And we've seen the disasters in Texas over the last few years where ratepayers have been stuck with these floating high rates. I would urge you to not do this and retain whatever faith the Mexicans have in you at this point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I have Davis Wilson.
Hi, thank you. My name is Patricia Wilson. I am a rate-paying resident of Albuquerque. I'm speaking on my own behalf. In 2020, New Mexico voters approved a constitutional amendment changing the PRC from 5 elected commissioners to 3 appointed commissioners. I voted against that amendment. The previously elected PRC unanimously denied the merger in December 2021. The newly appointed commissioners took their seats January 1st of this year. On January 10th, the governor appointed James Ellison to replace Brian Moore, who resigned, stating he did not meet the statutory education qualifications for the appointment. The third appointee, Patrick O'Connell, recused himself on January 27th from any involvement in the PNM Avangrid merger, stating conflict of interest. That means only 2 appointed commissioners will be revisiting the merger case that affects approximately 800,000 homes and businesses in New Mexico and Texas. That is just wrong. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Hannah Epstein. Hannah, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Hannah Epstein, and I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and my husband, David Taggart, who is not able to be here today. We are PNM ratepayers. While I have only lived in New Mexico for 21 years, his family goes back many generations on this land. We are opposed to the proposed merger between PNM and Avangrid. Our concerns are centered around the reports of egregious customer service violations that border on fraud in places like Scotland and the northeastern US. In these cases, folks seem to have no recourse or local representative to work with when outrageous bills and lengthy outages occur. We have strong doubts about whether this merger is good for New Mexico and stand in opposition to allowing it. We are concerned about the fact that it was previously rejected, but has come up as an option again, though nothing has changed that would protect New Mexicans from outside interests. We have seen time and again how national and international agencies and corporations come into New Mexico and exploit our people and resources. This has to stop somewhere. We would like the voting members of the PRC to consider that rejecting this merger once and for all time is a step in the right direction for New Mexico and New Mexicans. Thank you for your time. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Naomi Harrison. Naomi, go ahead and unmute yourself. Second call, Naomi Harrison. Hearing no response, Marie St. Clair.
Hello, my name is Marie St. Clair and I'm a ratepayer in Albuquerque. I'd like to go on record wanting this merger denied. My reasons for this are too many to list in 2 minutes. Many have been stated by previous speakers, but some of them are that Avangrid has the lowest customer service satisfaction in the Northeast. They have billing problems, surcharging cases, and open harassment of solar customers, payoffs, conflicts of interest, and on it goes. New Mexico can move forward both economically and environmentally if we pursue our solar, wind, and power. Approving a merger with a multinational company that has a history of open hostility towards solar users is not in our best interest or would move this state forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Don Meters. Don, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for the time. The PRC is meant to be the watchdog of utilities for the ratepayers. When the public loses trust in the PRC, that is a disaster for our system. What we see now, after a somewhat flawed constitutional amendment process and a very flawed selection process, is the appearance of the commission being captured by one of the regulated utilities. This cannot stand. The only way for the commission to, again, at least appear to be an honest broker is to vote today to withdraw from the appeal to the Supreme Court and allow the court to finish its work on the previously appealed decision. Public trust must be reestablished. When the commission seeks to involve itself in a previous unanimous decision by the elected 5-member commission and the very experienced hearing examiner after a full and complete hearing, it doesn't look good. Any future decisions will be viewed with skepticism and suspicion. Try to establish some integrity by withdrawing. Thank you.
That was good.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Bruce Miller. Bruce, go ahead and unmute yourself. Second call for Bruce Miller.
This merger was denied unanimously, was bipartisan, and due process was followed. Avangrid, P&M, and the new PRC seem to have tried to bypass due process altogether. There have been violations of the Open Meeting Act by the new PRC. The effect of this merger would be devastating and long-lasting. The state of New Mexico and the PRC aren't capable of policing this multinational conglomerate, the world's third largest electric utility. Iberdrola and their subsidiaries have a long history of civil and criminal behavior. They have built a plant on illegally expropriated property until they were ordered by a court to dismantle most of it. They began bulldozing a forest and constructing a transmission line before receiving a legally required certificate from the state. They have sued and garnished wages of customers who are behind in payments, defying a moratorium from the Connecticut Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. They have forcibly installed over 24,000 prepayment meters in people's homes, ignoring rules to protect vulnerable households. If P&M and Avangrid want to appeal the merger, let them do so in the Supreme Court using due process, not trying to remand it back to the new PRC, where two people in the entire state would make such a far-reaching decision, which has already been made by the previous PRC and must still stand. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Francis Gonzalez. Francis, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. My name is Francis Gonzalez. I'm a Bayard PNM ratepayer, and I'm also a elected city councilor with the city of Bayard. I'm concerned about my city and New Mexico ratepayers not having a voice in their rates, the upkeep of our grids, and this is a serious concern with Avangrid. PNM recently fought us on community solar because out-of-state folks could come into our towns, but yet Avangrid is a multinational company, so I don't see the difference in what that concern is. Now the current PRC is holding closed meetings, violating the Open Meetings Act, allowing ratepayers, my constituents, not to have a voice in open meetings. We'd like for you to return to the former PRC ruling. Think of us ratepayers, not the governor, not yourselves, not Avangrid. I oppose this merger. It is not good for my community, New Mexico, or us ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Michelle Meters. Michelle, go ahead and unmute yourself.
I'll pass. It's been said.
All right. Thank you. Next, I have Roger McNew. Roger, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Roger McNew. I am treasurer of the Environmental Justice Caucus of the Democratic Party of New Mexico. One of our core values is energy justice for New Mexico. That it means a fair rate, quality service, and most importantly, just transition to renewable energy. We would like to ask the Commission to represent our ideas about energy justice in all of your proceedings. Now, just to mention briefly, we've studied this. It's easy to read. It's all over the internet. I think the finality, if you study the finality of the principles and rules of finality, you'll find it's really just a very simple concept. But most importantly, I believe that the Commission is pursuing the wrong agenda. I think the public would like to know who is directing this campaign, or whatever you call it, this never-ending impulse to foist neocolonialism on our people here in New Mexico. We're fed up with it. And this idea of giving up local control for energy, it's wrong. It's going to be hard to regulate. There are this thing of transferring assets from one affiliate to another. I mean, I think so. With the rest of my time, I think you're just on the wrong track. This is the wrong agenda, and I want to comment on Jim Plewa, Lynn Moore, Carl Peterson, and Paul Sauter for their comments. Very succinct. Please review those testimonies, and you have our position of the Environmental Justice Caucus of the Democratic Party of the state of New Mexico. Good day.
Thank you for your comment. Last call for Sharon Argenbright, John Foreman, Wanda Zimmerman, or Naomi Harrison. Hearing no response, is there anybody that feels that they should have been on my public comment list but was somehow overlooked? Hearing no response, Mr. Chairman, that concludes public comment for today.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller, and thank you to everyone who submitted their comments today. So next item on the agenda is the consent action items. Mr. Smith, could you read the captions of those? And there are quite a few, so. And remember, we removed one and moved one to regular action.
Case 22-00299 is having been removed. It's 23.
Microphone, Mike.
Thank you. And case 23-00071 UT is having been moved to the regular action. I think that's the right number.
Yes, I agree with that. Thank you.
The consent action, the consent action items on the agenda today are transportation matter case 23-00088 TRM in the matter of the application of Carlsbad Fire Department ambulance service for reissuance of certificate number 12328 and temporary authority to provide ambulance service. That's a proposed order on the application. Then case 23-00100 TRM in the matter of the application of Hidalgo County Ambulance Service for reissuance of certificate number 14017 and temporary authority to provide ambulance service. That's also a proposed order on the application. Utility matters are case 22-00108 UT in the matter of the application of EarthGrid PBC for a certificate of registration to provide competitive local exchange telecommunications service within the state of New Mexico. That's a proposed order on the application. Then case 20-00099 in the matter of applications for 2021 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per Rule 1711-1031 NMAC. That's a proposed order regarding Baca Valley Telephone Company Inc.'s request for midpoint disbursement for ranch to Raton project. And case 21-00098 UT in the matter of applications for 2022 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per Rule 17.11.10.31 NMAC. That's a proposed order regarding concerning Plateau Telecommunications Incorporated's request for final disbursement for Buffalo Road project. Then case 22-00097 UT in the matter of applications for 2023 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per Rule 1711-1031 NMAC. That's a proposed order concerning NMPRC Inc.'s initial disbursements for Pecos project, Pacheco Canyon project, Cochiti Lake Village of La Bajada project, and San Ildefonso project. Then case 23-00071. I apologize. I guess this is the one that was removed. I must have skipped one. I'm going to go back up. Yeah, the one that was skipped. Yes, I was being dyslexic.
The one that was skipped was 23-00017 UT.
Correct, not 71, it was 17. 23-00017 UT in the matter of the formal complaint of Tom Olson against Public Service Company of New Mexico. That is a proposed order dismissing complaint. I'll go back down to where I left. The next case was 23-00046 UT in the matter of the application for approval of El Paso Electric Company's continued use of its fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause. That's a proposed order concerning further proceedings. Then case 23-00086 UT application for approval of El Paso Electric Company's 2023 Renewable Energy Act plan pursuant to the Renewable Energy Act and Rule 17.9.572 NMAC and 7th revised rate number 38 RPS cost rider. That's a proposed order concerning El Paso Electric Company's verified motion for a 2-month extension of the May 1st, 2023 filing date. And that concludes the consent action items.
Thank you for doing that. Commissioner, do you have any comments or discussion on the consent action agenda? Seeing none, I'll move to approve the actions on the consent action item agenda.
I second.
Any discussion before we vote? Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Aguilera. Aye. Commissioner Ellison. Aye. Commissioner O'Connell.
Aye.
The consent action items are 3-0.
Thank you. So regular action items, the first is a transportation matter, case 23-00118. I don't know if Mr. Mueller or Ms. Stefanes is presenting that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will handle this one. As you may recall, at the last open meeting, the commission took emergency action regarding the request for temporary authority from the village of Cuesta. This has just been placed back on the agenda today to ratify the vote that was taken during emergency action to satisfy the Open Meeting Act, as this matter was properly placed on the agenda with proper notice. So all we have to do today is simply ratify the emergency vote that was taken place at the last open meeting. So if I could get a vote of confidence reaffirming the vote that was taken for emergency action.
Any discussion or questions on that item? No. Then I'll move that we ratify the emergency action taken last week.
I second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Aguilera. Aye. Commissioner Ellison. Aye. Commissioner O'Connell.
Aye.
Motion carries by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Next case is 21-00296, another transportation matter, and that's all yours, Ms. Stefanes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. So this matter comes before the commission on staff's third update and recommendation regarding the pandemic-related waiver to rule NMAC 18.3.1411A. As some background, during the pandemic, transportation staff filed a petition to waive the rule, which generally requires 2 EMTs to be present in the scene of an emergency, except for in those cases of unusual situations or unforeseen circumstances. But because of the pandemic, understaffing made those understaffing because of the pandemic and demands because of the pandemic made understaffing foreseen circumstance. So limiting the number. A lot of ambulances no longer qualified for that waiver under those exceptions. So in December of 2021, the commission granted a waiver of that requirement. And then in September of 2022, the commission granted an extension of that waiver for 45 days after the governor lifted her state of emergency. The state of emergency was lifted on March 31st, making this waiver set to expire on May 15th. In support for their recommendation of extending the waiver, staff provided a survey of ambulance services that stated that of the 88 ambulance services that we oversee, 24 responded and 23 stated that they still had staffing shortages. So this, and in addition to the staff's recommendation to extend the waiver, staff also filed a petition to start a rulemaking, which would allow for more flexibility of that 2 EMT requirement. And I provided the commission with 2 proposed orders. Both of them are substantively the same in that they both adopt staff's recommendation to extend the waiver. The only difference between the two is that one sets an end date for this extension, and the other one is a little more open-ended, and it states that the extension would last until the commission has had an opportunity to draft a rule that allows for more flexibility to that rule.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or discussion on that?
In what percent of cases would you say that ambulances are operating with one?
So I can't speak to that directly, but staff's survey showed that of the 24 that ambulance services that responded, 23 were using the waiver. So about a fourth. Fourth that we know of.
And on the order that has the time limit, what is the time limit?
So it is 6 months, since it takes about 3 to 6 months to complete a rulemaking. So that would be on the longer end.
And if we adopted the version with no specific end date, what would be the trigger for reconsidering that?
Well, frankly, the hopes is to start the rulemaking immediately. We have a draft notice of proposed rulemaking drafted, but we just haven't sent it out since that's the trigger to start the rulemaking. So the hopes that we wouldn't need that trigger as the rulemaking should be starting soon.
So in effect, this the waiver that we would vote on now would be in place until a rulemaking superseded that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And at that point, Commissioner Ellison, we would come back and essentially close this docket once the rulemaking is completed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I guess I'll just explain where I am. I would support the version of the order with the end date so that we don't have an open-ended waiver. I think just, I think the waiver was warranted during the pandemic, and I'm concerned that if we allow it to go forward indefinitely, it will be at the detriment of patients who need critical care. So I have, I discussed with OGC the sort of like the status of the rulemaking, and I think that it, don't want to prejudge it, but it sounds like it finds the right balance between being flexible in situations where 2 EMTs are not available, and still requiring EMTs, 2 of them when it is possible to do that. So I guess all that to say that I favor the version that does not have an open-ended waiver.
Yeah, I agree with you, Commissioner. I think it's better always to have a deadline on our further action. And I appreciate your explanation for why you felt 6 months was a reasonable amount of time, because that's the size of a bucket that a rulemaking can fit in. So I'll go ahead and move to approve the order that extends the waiver for 6 months. Yeah, we got a discussion on that.
But that's fine. I would second that.
Do you have any further discussions? Yeah, so motion is to approve the order that extends the waiver 6 months. Moved by Commissioner O'Connell, seconded by Commissioner Ellison. Mr. Smith, can you take a roll call?
Commissioner Aguilera. Aye. Commissioner Ellison. Aye. Commissioner O'Connell.
Aye.
Motion carries by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. Okay, next item is a resolution that will be put forward by Hans Mueller from the Office of General Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Normally it's our procedure for resolutions to read the resolution onto the record. So what I'm going to do to help everyone follow along is I'm going to screen share that resolution. And as the commission is aware, this is a resolution to adopt the use of ministerial action to approve uncontested applications, approve temporary authority to certified ambulance carriers, and immediately suspend motor carriers that fail to maintain financial responsibility or violate a prescribed safety requirement. Whereas the commission is responsible for issuing operating authorities for motor carriers operating in the state of New Mexico under NMSA 1978, Section 65 2A 4A1. Whereas the commission is required to simplify to the extent possible the process for approving applications under NMSA 1978, Section 65 2A 5B. Whereas the commission is authorized to grant an application by ministerial action if the application complies with the provisions of the Motor Carrier Act and the rules of the commission regarding fitness, ability, financial responsibility, safety, and no objection, protest, or request for hearing is filed during the notice period under NMSA 1978, Section 65 2A 5D. Whereas a ministerial act is an act in which an officer performs under a given state of facts in a prescribed manner, in obedience to a mandate of legal authority, without regard to the exercise of his own judgment upon the propriety of the act being done. Under New Energy Economy Incorporated versus Martinez, 2011 New Mexico Supreme Court, Case 6. Whereas the commission is required to immediately suspend without notice or a public hearing the operating authority of a motor carrier for failure to continuously maintain the prescribed forms and amounts of financial responsibility under NMSA 1978, Section 65 2A 27A. Whereas the commission is authorized to immediately suspend without notice or public hearing the operating authority of a motor carrier for a violation of a prescribed safety requirement if the violation endangers the public health or safety under NMSA 1978, Section 65 2A 27B. Whereas the commission finds that the issuance of a temporary authority to certified ambulance carriers, enabling them to continue service uninterrupted pending review of an application for reissuance of authority, is necessary to protect the public health and safety and should be dealt with immediately. Therefore, be it resolved, the commission hereby directs the Office of General Counsel to ensure that the following prescribed ministerial actions are executed in coordination with the Director of the Transportation Division in accordance with these terms. To approve uncontested applications for motor carrier operating authority when the Director of Transportation Division certifies that such approval is in compliance with the Motor Carrier Act and Commission rules, consistent with all requirements wherein the Commission would otherwise approve the application, and the docket contains no timely objections filed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 65 2A 13. Approve uncontested applications for temporary authority for certified ambulance carriers to continue service pending review of an application for reissuance of authority when the Director of the Transportation Division certifies that the ambulance service has met the requirements of NMSA 1978, Section 65 2A 11. Immediately suspend the operating authority of a motor carrier when the Director of the Transportation Division certifies that the motor carrier does not maintain the requisite forms and amounts of financial responsibility as demonstrated by a Form K, which was a notice of expiration or cancellation of insurance. Pursuant to Section 65-2A27D, a suspended motor carrier may apply for reinstatement once the conditions of the violation are addressed. And to immediately suspend the operating authority of the motor carrier when the director of the Transportation Division certifies that the motor carrier was provided written notice of specific violations of legally prescribed safety requirements, and the motor carrier has either failed or refused to immediately remedy the situation, resulting in an imminent threat to the public health and safety. Pursuant to Section 65-2A27D, a suspended motor carrier may apply for reinstatement once the conditions of the violation are addressed. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I will just point out, this is why I kept this highlighted in red. This was additional language that I did insert after a draft, after reviewing this with Commissioner Aguilera. So I wanted to just point out that I had added that language in there. Otherwise, I believe my memo to you had indicated how this will change the process that we are currently due for these, and especially the ability to quickly allow temporary authority and not having to take emergency action during open meetings on those will greatly contribute to a more efficient transportation ability here to handle these quickly and promptly. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bueller. Commissioner, do you have any questions, discussion on the resolution?
And Mr. Bueller, this would have applied for both temporary and permanent operating authority for transportation, is that correct?
I'm hesitant to use the word transportation. The temporary authority we feel should only apply to ambulance carriers. So if someone is applying for any other temporary authority, I don't want to apply it to transportation in general. It's the ambulance carriers that we feel are, the real necessity for keeping them going, not falling out of a period where they do not have their certificate. But any for full-time uncontested applications, yes, that would apply to ambulance services, limousine service, taxi services, any applications that are uncontested and meet all the other requirements.
Okay, thank you.
So I had a couple of questions when I was going through this. First of all, I appreciate you bringing this resolution forward. I can see the benefit to the process in terms of the work that we do to prepare for the open meetings. But just had a couple of questions about what we lose through that improvement. And one of the things that leapt out to me is, I know these cases end up on the consent agenda, so we don't talk about them in the open meeting, but there is a level of reporting and accountability that comes along with that, just to point out that there is an action being taken related to an individual carrier. And in some of these, like, for example, the lack of financial responsibility, I think it's worth it to show that they have failed to do that. So in some small way, that happens by listing them on our agenda. So is there another way to report that these ministerial actions have happened in a way that we don't lose that bit of transparency that's occurring now?
To the extent that there will still be active dockets, is in terms of transparency. Let me ask you to rephrase. Are you talking about transparency to the commissioners or transparency to the public, Mr. Chair?
Because I mean, what you're describing is, I hear you that all of these cases are still going to remain posted on eDocs. I don't find that to be very easy to navigate or to find what I'm looking for. So
Well,
personally,
any note, since they all have to be noticed, they will all be under the transportation notices on the transportation website as well. I mean, as you are aware, those have to be posted for 20 days. So, I mean, nothing changes regarding that. Really, all we are doing is once we have completed the notice period and everything, as I indicated in what I added down here, that the otherwise what would have been the Transportation Division Director's recommendation indicating that all requirements have been met, which is the part that we review prior to bringing the order before the commission. As long as those are all consistent with the requirements, and OGC would double check that to make sure there's no questions, that then we would be able to, apply the sign and signature and seal of the commission.
okay, so
And
there,
if the
if you are
commissioner, I'm sorry, and if the commissioners, ultimately want a report on a annual, well, not annual, monthly or bi-monthly basis of which cases have been handled ministerially, I'm certain we can come up with a reporting mechanism to the commissioners if you would be interested in seeing those.
yeah, I appreciate that offer. And then also what I heard is that if you are in this ecosystem of transportation carriers, the information is available to you two ways right now through the commission webpage.
Correct. The transportation, let me just pull one up. The Transportation Division website. Let's pull this over. Oops. The Transportation Division webpage has all the legal notices for any and all pending applications. So I would say all of our transportation carriers are very familiar with this page, monitor this page. So, I mean, that obviously is a requirement that it is posted for 20 days. So nothing there would change.
Thank you. And then next question is just because I've got rulemakings on my mind, but it seems like this temporary authority process, I see the benefit again to the open meetings, but it feels like a problem here is that the ambulance service should have to submit their reissuance application sufficiently in advance of their expiration, that we don't get into this thing where we're automatically ministerially or on consent agenda having to address them. Is that correct? I mean, should we put that on our laundry list of rulemaking to look at too?
I mean, to the extent that we make it a rule, I would just question whether or not we are actually going to give that teeth or not. I mean, our recommendation is always that they get that reissuance in 60 to 30 days, prior, since it has to be noticed for 20 days. But if we were to do a rulemaking to officially make that a rule, I mean, I would be interested to know if we intended to give that any teeth of an administrative fine, what kind of pushback we would get. For the most part, we get these reissuances in a timely fashion. It's really only probably a handful a year that slip through the cracks and that we have to take these emergency actions. My concern is essentially, though, especially if we move to a biweekly open meeting schedule, that I wouldn't be able to have, there might be a 2-week period where I would be unable to get temporary authority for a carrier, whereas this resolution would allow me to issue that promptly instead of potentially waiting for 14 days.
Thanks for that explanation. So I guess what I'm taking away from that is, I mean, coming into it, just my thought is a regulated entity unable to file important but routine paperwork on time might be a red flag, that things aren't going well with that regulated service provider. And I hear what you're talking about in terms of just the logistics of putting it together, and appreciate that most do submit in sufficient advance or not this emergency thing. So I'll just go back to your previous offer of maybe we get a report that these ministerial actions have happened, and I would say that that dynamic would be very worthy of flagging during a reporting process.
Yeah, I'd be happy to work with Transportation Division and, be able to provide those to you on a monthly, bi-monthly basis, whatever the commission would prefer.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
Yeah, just quick clarification. When you say a monthly report, do you mean to the commission, or is that something that's posted or made public?
I would say at a minimum posted or made public, and then I can go look at it. It's not just that I see it, it's the accountability of the public being served by these entities see it too.
I can definitely work with the Transportation Division, possibly add that as a reporting indicator on the transportation website. I'm sure I could work out the logistics with them.
Did you have something to say, Chief of Staff?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, in light of your desire to make this as transparent as possible, we can add it as a monthly item, so it wouldn't show up every meeting, but we would make sure to cover it once a month. There's this resolution in my review of it doesn't preclude or prohibit any kind of other reporting that the commission may be interested in.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the administrative efficiency here, and I think this could, definitely help provide authority, perhaps even sooner than, if we waited until a meeting. And so I just want to, I guess, clarify my understanding. Well, first, I mean, this is only for uncontested proposals here or authorizations. So that I think that's great. In terms of the notice that the public, whoever is interested in these, the notice that they see and the time that they have to comment, would you mind explaining some of that, Mr. Mueller, just how that process works?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't quite catch.
Well,
what you wanted me to explain.
Just sort of explaining the process as to when one of these authorizations is filed, how often it takes to notice it, and how much time the public has to comment on it.
Correct. The notice period for an application is 20 days. So once the completed application, and I should emphasize the completed application is signed off by Transportation Division, that's when you see it go on our Transportation Legal Notices site. And we run the 20-day period from the date posted on the site, which is also the filing date. So they have the 20 days to review that, and those files are accessible through the Transportation Legal Notices site as well. So at the completion of the 20 days, that is when in our prior process, the Transportation Division Director would then review, make sure that and OGC as well would review that no protests or objections were filed. And review and make a file a recommendation to the commission regarding whether or not the certificate and application should be approved. OGC would then take that recommendation, review it, and that's when we would draft up our proposed order granting the application to present to the commission during an open meeting. So essentially now what we're going to do is the Transportation Division Director similarly will certify to the same that the requirements have been met, similar to what we're doing in the recommended decision. And working with Office of General Counsel will essentially make sure the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, verify that no objections or protests were filed, and if so, then grant the application.
Thank you for that explanation. So the notice, an opportunity for comment is not changing, and assuming the filing is not contested, then this could provide the commission an opportunity, well, not the commission, I guess, in this sense, but an opportunity for the applicants to receive authorization sooner rather than having to wait for the next meeting. So I thank you. I appreciate the, as I said, the administrative efficiency created by this.
Thank you. I do want to refer back real quickly to Commissioner O'Connell's comment. Commissioner O'Connell, Chairman, I should say that our current rules under 18.3.14.25, which is the reissuance of the certificate, do indicate 60 days prior to the expiration of its certificate, an ambulance service shall submit to the director an application. So we actually currently do have a rule that says they should do this 60 days prior. There is just really no teeth associated with that if they do not do it 60 days prior. And the granting of temporary authority is statutory. So the statute basically kind of predicted that some people weren't going to hit that 60-day mark. So that's why the granting of statutory temporary authority is in there. So if we were to look at something down the road, and albeit Transportation Division is leaving us in a year, that's probably what we would want to look at, is whether or not to give Section 2014.25 more teeth if a carrier were to miss that 60-day window.
Thanks for that clarification. Any further discussion? And I'll move that we adopt the resolution proposed in this case.
I second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison. Aye. Commissioner O'Connell.
Aye.
Motion carries by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. Next up is a utility case 23-0049 UT, and then we'll take the moved case next after that one. Ms. Stefanas again, or Ms. Abert, or both.
I'll let you find out, and I'll just give you a little bit. So, commissioners, this matter comes before the commission upon Tiburon Water and Sanitation District's January 20th filing of advice notices 18 and 19. And on Tiburon's March 30th application for interim relief. And again, as some background to give context to this order. So Tiburon filed their advice notices on January 20th, and staff filed a memo suggesting suspension of the rates pending resubmittal of the advice notices for some deficiencies. And based on that recommendation, the commission filed an order suspending the proposed rates pending that resubmittal. And staff's review of the resubmitted advice notices. And on March 30th, Tiburon filed its application for interim relief. And in support of its application for interim relief, they cited limited resources and a need to improve and fix infrastructure. And on April 5th, the commission asked the staff to respond to the application to interim relief, and then for Tiburon to reply to that response. And in staff's response to the application, they had informed the commission that the advice notices had not been resubmitted. And they alleged that the application for interim relief was technically and materially deficient. But they did cite a board of directors resolution from this year stating that there was some severe water loss. And given that the new information that staff discovered, that they would recommend interim relief if Tiburon were able to come in and testify as to the severity of the situation. And in Tiburon's response, they reaffirmed that the request for interim relief was because of water loss and failed attempts to acquire funding from other sources. But the reply didn't go into the detail as to the severity of the water loss. So under our rules regarding applications for interim relief, the standard to grant granting interim relief is an allegation of extraordinary facts of immediate and irreparable injury. And our rules also require that a public hearing be held when granting interim relief as it relates to rates. And so the proposed order is a order scheduling public hearing in front of the commission to address the issues in the application for interim relief and to ask some of the questions that were raised in review of the advice notices and the record. And considering the concern that there is indeed extraordinary facts of immediate and irreparable injury, the public hearing would be scheduled relatively quickly based on the commission's availability. We have spoken to the hearing examiners who would be willing to reside over the hearing, and they would be available in the first week or two of May.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioners, any discussion or questions?
Just to clarify, we have two orders in front of us, one to schedule the public hearing and the other lifting suspension. So we're really focusing on the scheduling the public hearing order, correct?
That's right. So after speaking with each one of the commissioners, it seemed like each of you separately, it seemed like you guys were all in agreement that a public hearing, but there were some questions that you had and a public hearing would be beneficial.
And so their rates will remain unchanged pending the outcome of the public hearing.
That's right.
And we still have yet to establish our jurisdiction over this company. Is that correct? We have not received documentation.
Right. So Tiburon's interesting in that they are a water and sanitation district, which is a quasi-municipal agency. And so they have submitted their rates under our Rule 770. And we have reviewed their rates under Rule 770. But we could ask them questions regarding how much they get to opt into our oversight. So to the extent that they have opted in.
Yeah, and in addition, Tiburon in their reply to staff's response to the application for interim rate relief said that they could not find a resolution where they had opted in. That being said, a review of the commission's e-docket shows that in 2010, they also filed for interim rate relief, and the commission went through an entire proceeding under Rule 770. So it appears, and there was no question even raised about jurisdiction at that time. But I agree with Erica and your question that we need, facts, proof at this time now that it's become an issue raised.
And this would be part of that public hearing where we would question and examine whether they in fact have taken that board decision to be regulated.
Yes, and we can ask also for pre-filed testimony from Tiburon if they have proof of that or an affidavit to that effect.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I believe Mr. Albright may have information pertinent to that issue.
If I may, Commissioner. Go ahead, Mr. Albright. I have a few questions for you.
No, it's fine.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I apologize for the absence of Mr. Gonzalez today. He had a family emergency out of state that took him out of pocket, so he's not here today. So you are stuck with me. I am legal counsel for the Tiburon Water and Sanitation District, and I think I can shed a little bit of light on the situation. I have appeared before this commission a little over 200 cases, including everything from ambulance service to telecom, water companies before the commission, water companies that have not been before the commission, water and sanitation district, quite a potpourri. You have a master's in electrical engineering, and I know a little bit about the engineering side of the house. So what I think is most relevant here is the fact that Tiburon is a water and sanitation district. And in reference to what Ms. Amer made, I have, I'll distribute a handout as part of the public record.
Well, one thing I just want to point out, Mr. Albright, is this isn't a public hearing. We're going to determine what to do next. And frankly, one of the issues that got us to today was lack of good communication between Tiburon and the PRC. So appreciate that you're here and hopefully can clear some of this up, but I would encourage you to take that up with legal division staff.
Perfectly happy to do that. I'll make reference to the same case from 2010 and 2012. They were consolidated cases. I pulled these right off of the website of the e-docket. Consolidated 10-00366-UT and case 12-00193-UT. And going back to that 2010 case, I'm just going to read from a footnote that was in the order, the final order issued by this commission, prepared by this commission. It says, as we found in our order of September 25, 2012, water and sanitation districts such as TWSD are not generally subject to the jurisdiction of this commission unless a district's board of directors duly elects to come under the commission's jurisdiction. And then they cite to the reference, the 73-21-1. In 2010, a court-appointed receiver acting for the TWSD board elected to bring TWSD under the general jurisdiction of the NMPRC. Although TWSD is a WNSD, a water and sanitation district, it is still subject to the majority of the protections and requirements of the Public Utility Act while under the NMPRC's jurisdiction. So that was in 2010. That was the first time that Tiburon became subject, and it was at the request of the receiver. The receivership was in district court. The receivership was not in front of the commission at that time. I could not find a copy of the letter, but certainly with regard to anything prior to that time, they were not under the jurisdiction of the PRC until these cases. And the question is raised as to whether they still are. And the interim relief that's needed, I have a long list of issues which I think were discussed with some of the staff between the chairman and some of the staff members as far as the needs. And they have major water losses as a result of 121 miles of dirt road down there. During the winter, some of it gets washed out. Some of the lines become exposed, they break. I won't go into more detail, but they do need the interim relief if we can. So I just wanted to share that information. And again, this is in the e-docket. I couldn't find a copy of the letter yet in the e-docket related to these cases from the receiver in district court. And it raises the question, and I don't know the answer right now, but with this, once the final order was issued, whether that jurisdiction continued, or if it should have lapsed, or if it was just continued year to year by the board that happened to be in place at TWSD. That's where we're at, and I appreciate your additional time and consideration of my comments.
Thank you. You have any more questions? Commissioner Wilson?
No, thank you.
Any questions or discussion?
Nothing for me.
Yeah, when I was evaluating this case personally, you know, I see two different advice notices, and then saw the confusion that. Thank you for trying to clear that up, Mr. Albright, but that's not the only item of confusion here. So when I was trying to decide where would I rather be wrong, I think that just clearing up the confusion before raising the rates is a step that should be taken. So I'm personally in favor of thank you for providing two choices on the orders of going ahead and having a hearing, but try to have a hearing as fast as possible. And that hopefully in the time between now and the hearing, our staff can work with Mr. Albright, and hopefully I mean, it's a good sign that the utility has hired counsel who can help them navigate this process. But frankly, when I looked at board meeting minutes, they should have been here a long time ago, or something else is going on. So I don't know what's going on, and I'd rather have a hearing before raising the rates. So anyway, I would move to approve this proposed order that has, we will have a hearing.
It would probably be, since Tiburon will be needing to send notice of the public hearing, we need to schedule a date and time.
Yeah, it's my understanding that that would be one of the proposals here today, but have you worked with the hearing examiner?
Yes, so we have a hearing examiner, Elizabeth Hurst volunteered. And she is available in she would be available May 3rd, but she is also available the first 2 weeks of May, depending on the commission's availability.
So excuse me, May 3rd is a commission meeting day. So we did that have to be sometime in the afternoon.
And then May 3rd, I'm actually traveling back from DC. I wasn't able to get a flight back on Tuesday evening, so I will be in the air between 8 AM and 2 PM. on that day. So we were gonna have to either figure out have a 2 commissioner meeting or move our meeting to the afternoon, the 3rd.
Mr. Chairman, just as an aside, I'm also on travel at that point, but I can join remotely. I'll be on the East Coast.
Appreciate that. So what was the next date after the 3rd? That's
Well, either May 4th, which is a Thursday, we could have it on a separate day, not on the open meeting day. May 5th is a Friday, any of, and the following Monday, any of those days would work as well. And we could have it a separate date from the open meeting.
Yeah, I would propose May 4th, and then, like I say, Mr. Albright, hopefully in that period of time, get as many of these questions resolved, so the hearing is expedient.
Would you be able to attend remotely May 4th?
I should be able to attend remotely. I don't come back to Albuquerque until the weekend, until that following Sunday, but I should be able to attend remotely.
Thank you.
Or fit. I don't know the availability of chairman, obviously. Okay, we'll have someone.
Yeah, I understand that it's likely urgent to get some relief down there, but like I say, it just before I rate somebody's rates, a little more confidence.
Are the other commissioners?
I would agree with the 4th of May as being a good day to schedule this, and I agree. One of the questions being, do we have proper jurisdiction in the first place? And this utility raises so many red flags that I think we need to know more about it. So I would move that we adopt the order to schedule a public hearing.
One other housekeeping matter would be 9 AM or 9:30, or we need a time as well.
I like 9 AM. Like I say, the sooner the better. Okay, so would you like to amend your motion to include?
I'll amend the motion for the schedule of public hearing for the public hearing to be scheduled May 4th, 9 AM.
Yeah, I'll second that motion. Further discussion before we vote.
No, I support the comments that you made, Chair.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Yes.
Commissioner Ellison. Aye. Commissioner O'Connell.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Albright.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the item with, so that's utility police 23-003071 UT, Mr. Fisk.
I think it may actually be better, if the commission doesn't mind, for us just to start with Commissioner Ellison's description of why he'd like to table this until a future meeting. And I will then answer any questions. And I actually have some fairly new information received from Arthur O'Donnell at about 1 PM today that supports Commissioner Ellison's recommendation.
Sure. Well, let me explain myself why I thought it was appropriate to have a discussion on this matter.
So this is a proposed advice notice from PNM regarding interconnections for community solar. And, there seems to be a debate about whether a utility should have their own form or whether they should use the form that was included as part of the community or the interconnection rulemaking that we recently adopted. That rulemaking does have a form in it. And so here PNM is proposing their own form based on that. I think one complication is that we, in an earlier order, indicated that they could make this filing. So I think that's one issue. We did, a staff member, Christopher Dunn, did do an analysis to look at it to see whether there were any conflicts with what PNM is proposing and what is the form that is in the interconnection rule. There are he recommends adopting or allowing PNM to implement this advice notice. There do seem to be some changes around energy curtailment from the community solar facility, and obviously that's a pretty sensitive issue that would affect the economics of the facility. Any changes to sort of the reasons for which the utility would curtail the facility. Obviously that would impact the production of solar from the facility and could impact the financing of those facilities. I'm not sure that we have investigated that in sufficient depth. I would say that since in the contractor Incline has not yet announced the winners for the community solar, and the interconnection agreement would not need to be signed until the facility is ready, is built and ready for interconnection. I understand there is some time on this. I'm just not certain of, this order is asking for consideration in phase 2 of the community solar proceedings. I understand we're pretty much at the end of phase 1, and I guess I didn't have a sense of, how long it would take us to consider this in phase 2, or whether we felt this was a priority and we could consider it now in phase 1. So in short, I felt that this is not, really a consent action item in my view. It's more complicated than that. And personally, I would prefer that we delay a decision on this by a week for additional time to consider. And that means that we would need to issue a temporary week-long suspension of this advice notice 602 so that it doesn't go into effect.
So just for clarification, would that mean amending the draft order that we have in front of us by, instead of therefore ordered sentence A suspended until further order, just suspended for a week.
Commissioners, yes, the commission could vote now to issue an order today, saying that this matter will be tabled for consideration at a future open meeting. Are we definitely having an open meeting next week? Is that for certain?
There's always the possibility of a snowstorm.
Okay, well, I didn't know if we made a decision about bi-weekly meetings or, okay, so yeah, the commission could issue an order, take a vote now and issue an order as the full commission to suspend, further suspend the advice notice through the end of next week or beyond that. It could be more than just next week, but just so they can be considered at the next open meeting. Or that could be done by single signature order and the commission could decide not to take a vote today at all. Either way works. And one thing I would, if the commission would like to hear the additional information that I have, which supports this proposal, at 1 o'clock today, Arthur O'Donnell, commission's advisor on many matters, including this, let's see, sorry. He sent an email to me, to Commissioner Ellison, and copied some others. Said, in reviewing P&M's proposed interconnection agreement for community solar, I see something not noted in the staff memo. P&M has, as he says, quote, arbitrarily included this definition that imposes terms for experience that were never adopted or even considered by the commission in either the community solar rule or the interconnection rule. And that definition is of qualified operator. This would not be the subscriber organization that owns the facility, but the person who actually operates it. It would define qualified operator as a person or entity that has at least 3 years experience with operating at least 50 megawatts of community solar generation, or B, any other person or entity reasonably acceptable to the utility. So this would be the utility imposing a requirement that's not in the rule. And so that's something that, of course, could be considered in, if this were suspended and sent to a hearing examiner. But what I also know is that Arthur then sent an additional email that this might be more properly considered in phase 1, because, and this is where this gets to the interaction of different proposed tariffs, agreements and forms, is that there are in phase 1 forms that are going to be considered proposed by P&M that also refer to the definition of qualified operator. Arthur knows that the definition also appears in the subscriber organization forms that will be considered in phase 1, which is to be concluded by July 31st. And so I would like to talk to the hearing examiner and Arthur about whether this could be included in phase 1, if it's too late, how to handle this, because I think this qualified operator definition, would need to be adjudicated with regard to what is being considered in phase 1. So I'd like to consider that as well when I present something next week.
Thank you. Any more questions based on that?
I mean, just another comment, I guess on one hand, one could argue that there was the interconnection rule involved a process in which all the utilities had a chance to make comments and suggestions. And I understand the idea was that they agreed on forms that would be used for these interconnections. And so one could ask, why aren't they willing to use that? On the other hand, I suppose there could be differences, particularities with each utility that would cause them to want to have some customization. But we would need to thoroughly review the proposed agreement to make sure that it does not go counter. It does not run counter to the interconnection agreement, and I'm not sure that the current advice notice has been sufficiently vetted. As I said, I think, you know, there are a few months that we have until the interconnection agreements will need to be signed. So I think we do have some time to vet them more thoroughly, and maybe the phase one is a good place for that. But we also don't want to completely put it on the back burner and not have an interconnection agreement ready when the community solar developers are ready to interconnect.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is a good path forward for this item today is do nothing. I guess I'll open your suggestion on which version of do nothing would you recommend we follow, a table or go ahead and suspend for a short period of time with a single signature order that I think you could work out with Mr. Fisk, or if you've got a third better idea, what are your thoughts?
You know, I would be happy to do a single signature order with Mr. Fisk that would suspend this advice notice for a week or two and would give us time to reconsider, you know, hopefully next our next open meeting, you know, what we want to, if we wanted to send this to the hearing examiner in phase one, or, you know, what we thought was the best approach.
Oh, and Mr. Chairman, I may have made a mistake in saying that you can definitely do the suspension by single signature order, but you may have to take a vote today anyway to table. Michael, is that right? That they'd have to vote to table?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you do need to take a vote to table it. You could include the suspension in that, or we can do a separate single signature order, but you will have to take some vote.
Okay, so basically our choices now are table, deny, or approve of some form of what we proposed.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have any?
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't want to put this on the agenda for next week if it's not ready. So I support the single signature order, and, you know, just Commissioner Allison thinking about how much time we would need to properly, you know, do the evaluation that we need to do. Aside from that, I don't have a preference.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that I think agrees with the sentiment you just proposed as I move to table this item indefinitely.
I second that motion.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Aguilera. Aye. Commissioner Ellison. Aye. Commissioner O'Connell.
Aye.
Tabling motion passes by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisk. Okay, so next item, we've got two items on the next item. I guess I don't have a preference for which order we take them. We can either discuss the rulemaking, or Michael Smith can talk about the Supreme Court case. Do you have a preference, commissioners? Well, then I will take our chief of staff's recommendation and go ahead and let's take the Supreme Court item next.
I do have a preference. Sorry, I was turning on.
Sorry.
If you're giving us the option to do the the Supreme Court case first and then the rulemakings?
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah.
You have a preference?
Yes.
Well, let's hear it.
Yeah, to do the Supreme Court
Oh,
case first.
sorry, I didn't-
And yeah.
I did not understand. So, anyway, why don't we go ahead and turn that over then to, Mr. Smith, and you can take the Supreme Court item. And then we'll follow that with, Ms. Corey, and then that'll lead right into communications with chief of staff.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this matter is on the agenda for discussion and possible action, and is intended to provide the commission an opportunity to address the joint motion that was filed in the Supreme Court and to respond to claims that have been raised alleging that the commission violated the Open Meeting Act by discussing the motion to dismiss and remand with Avangrid, which was filed in the Supreme Court in closed sessions. I wanted to address some issues as a preliminary matter that I think are important to explain the commission's decisions with regard to this appeal. Essentially, there's a need to correct a core misunderstanding about the commission's December 9th, 2021 order, which was issued in case 20-00222 UT. And that which order has been commonly portrayed as a decision to reject the merger between Avangrid and PNM with prejudice, that is, with finality. The commission's December 9th order did not conclude this case. Instead, it addressed and rejected a stipulation that was proposed as the basis on which to approve the merger. While the joint applicants appealed the commission's decision regarding the stipulation in the December 9th order, that order did not conclude the case by denying the application filed with the commission. Instead, the certification of stipulation that was adopted by the commission in the December 9th order found that the joint applicants should retain the option to request additional commission proceedings, either regarding their original application or to seek approval of further modifications to the stipulation at issue in the certification of stipulation that was the subject of the commission's December 9th order. The certification of stipulation stated, the normal course when a stipulation is rejected is to proceed with a hearing on the original application. The joint applicants should have that option. Another option might be to recommend that the parties engage in additional negotiations to develop a further stipulation to address the hearing examiner's reservations about the stipulation pursuant to subsection A of Rule 12220B5 NMAC. However, substantial delays would result from recommending either of these options. Both options would require the filing of additional testimony and the scheduling of hearings for parties to cross-examine the witnesses who prepared the testimony. The commission's order, December 9th order, further adopted and incorporated these recommended decretal paragraphs contained in the certification of stipulation. It was decretal paragraph B, which stated that the June 4th stipulation is not approved as filed, and decretal paragraph C, the joint applicants shall have the option to request further commission proceedings regarding their November 23rd, 2020 application. The joint motion that the commission agreed to file, excuse me, I lost my place here, with the New Mexico Supreme Court contains only an acknowledgement of the joint applicant's request for a determination on or before April 12th, 2023. The only time period that the commission agreed to modify was a request for the court to shorten the motion response times for issuance of mandate under the appellate rules, matters that are in the court's discretion and would not affect any proceeding before the commission. The procedural posture of the case on remand to the commission was also directly at issue in the discussion regarding the motion for dismissal, because appellate rule 12401B2 provides that dismissal of a matter where not all parties agree to a dismissal of that matter will be, quote, upon such terms as are fixed by the appellate court or agreed to by the affected parties. The substance of those communications was disclosed through the joint motion, which by its nature required the input of the interveners and approval by the Supreme Court before any process on remand could become binding on the parties. Objections have been raised that the commission violated the Open Meeting Act by considering the dismissal and remand matter in closed session and not taking a vote on these actions in open session. This is incorrect. Established case law holds that public bodies may make litigation decisions, including entering into settlements, in closed meetings held pursuant to the exception for matters covered by attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation under Section 1015(1)(h)(7) of the Open Meeting Act. Those same decisions confirm that the commission was not required to conduct a confirming vote in open session on such litigation decisions. The New Mexico Court of Appeals in Board of County Commissioners versus Ogden, site is 1994 NMPRC 10, for those who want to look this up, held, quote, public bodies, no less than private parties to litigation, are entitled to effective representation of counsel, and this would include the opportunity to confer without disclosing the substance of the discussion. Ogden further held, quote, to the extent defendants may be arguing that plaintiff, even if allowed to obtain legal advice in closed session, was required to make its decision to sue defendants in an open meeting, we reject that contention. Section 1015(1)(e)(5) does not require that a decision regarding litigation be made in an open meeting. To the extent the agreement to dismiss the appeal can be considered a settlement agreement, the Ogden Court further specifically referenced with approval a hypothetical from the New Mexico Attorney General's Compliance Guide, in which a municipality meets with its counsel to discuss settlement terms. That hypothetical, still listed as example 60 in the most current 8th edition of the Compliance Guide, which was issued in 2015, notes that the governing body of a municipality might properly meet in, quote, closed session with its attorney to determine how much they are willing to give up to reach a settlement. The Court of Appeals confirmed its holding in Ogden in a more recent case, New Mexico State Investment Council versus Weinstein, and that's 2016 NMPRC 69, stating, quote, amici argue that the holding in Ogden has been overruled by the Board of Commissioners of Doña Ana County versus Las Cruces Sun News case, in which this court stated that settlement agreements entered into between the parties are outside the privilege addressed by the litigation exception. But the focus of that case was on whether executed settlement agreements involving a public entity were subject to public disclosure under the IPRA statute. The holding that settlement agreements are disclosable under IPRA does not contradict the Ogden holding that the decision to settle may be made in a closed meeting. Based on Ogden, we conclude that the district court did not err in holding that the Open Meeting Act was not violated by the litigation committee's approval of the settlement agreements in private meetings. In response to the joint motion to remand, responses have been filed by both parties participating in the appeal and other parties to the case below who have moved to intervene in the appeals to present their positions on the proposed remand. Those comments generally support dismissal and remand of the case under the commission's reopening rule, but object to the commission's choice of the rehearing rule. I will pass it to the commission, I think, for further discussion on this matter. There you go.
Yeah, I'll just point out that I'm recused from this case, so I will go ahead and let the other two commissioners carry this discussion.
So finally, our meetings are becoming interesting, and it only took us 4 months. But seriously, I appreciate the comments that we had. I think we had a lot of really good comments, in this meeting during the comment period and in previous meetings. And so I think whatever decisions this commission makes will be better because of the involvement and participation that we've been seeing. So I want to explain how the March 8 motion filed with the Supreme Court on the Avangrid PNM merger came to be. In mid-January, Avangrid's counsel approached PRC counsel seeking to file a joint motion to remand the merger and proposal back to the commission. And Commissioner Ellison and I had several closed sessions with our advisors to discuss the matter. The discussions entailed getting updated on the proceeding that resulted in the denial. That resulted in the December 8 order that is now on appeal. And we also discussed whether to join the motion that Avangrid proposed to us. Finally, we decided to join the eventual March 8 motion to have the case remanded to the commission and discuss the motion's general parameters. So I want to explain at the outset why I decided to have the case remanded back. And then I want to make a few observations about the process. The certificate of stipulation adopted by the commission's December 8, 2021 order provides that the joint applicants have the option to request further commission proceedings regarding their November 23, 2020 application. Even if the certification and the December 8 order did not explicitly offer further commission proceedings, there is nothing in the Public Utilities Act that precludes PNM and Avangrid from bringing another proposal back to the commission. So while the commission currently does not have jurisdiction over the proceeding, the applicants could easily put this back in front of the commission, even without remanding or dismissing the appeal. In my view, it is better to build upon the existing record than start over completely, though I am open to if the parties want to reopen the record completely, I'm open to hearing that as well. Also, the commission's December 2021 order on the certification of the stipulation may not have properly evaluated the modified stipulation. So I will not get into the merits of the modified stipulation or make a determination on this, but I want to understand the parties' positions to determine whether the case should be reopened, and if so, under what conditions. And so now I want to make a few observations about the process. So first, our counsel removed any language suggesting that the commission would not reopen the record. I understand and wholeheartedly agree with the parties' concerns about not reopening the record. If the commission considers this matter again, the record must be reopened. So that was always my intent, and though it was not clear, and I think we did fail in not, not making that transparent after we made the decision. So second, I also think we erred in paragraph 5 of the March 8 motion by citing the commission's rehearing rule. The reference to the commission's rehearing rule is not an aspect of the March 8 motion we focused on during our closed sessions. And I only appreciated the significance of that once I read the Attorney General's and Bernalillo County's and other parties' responses. So I agree that rehearing is time barred, and so we erred there, and I think that we need to correct that. I have ideas about how we can do that, but I think I need to talk about it with our counsel to figure out the best approach. And the various parties, in fact, I believe all of the parties in response to the March 8 motion expressed concern that the commission could issue a new order without oral argument or public hearing. That will not happen. If the court remands this matter to the commission, there will be a fair opportunity for comment, protest, and new evidence. So finally, I just want to speak about timing generally. Avangrid and PNM recently agreed to extend the time for their merger deal. And I know that they may want the commission, if the commission has jurisdiction of the case again, I know that they may want the commission to issue an order as soon as possible. The evaluation of the merger proposal, whether it is the current one or a future one, will take as long as it needs to take. And I mention this because I want to communicate that the artificial deadlines are not going to pressure us. So if Avangrid and PNM believe that too much time has lapsed and their deal is no longer viable, they have the ability to withdraw their filings. So that's what I have to say about, about my thoughts about the process there. For now, Commissioner Ellison, I don't know if you have anything you want to add.
Sure, I'll make a few comments. I fully support Commissioner Aguilera, your comments about the public input and involvement. It's people feel strongly about their utility service and rightly so. And we are here to think about everything from the lens of the public interest, and having public comments helps us to do that. I firmly believe that and when I say we, I mean Commissioner Aguilera and myself here, since Commissioner O'Connell was not involved in this, that we acted within our authority in discussing the Supreme Court case in closed executive session, as well as in deciding to apply for the case to be remanded. We are discussing this here in open session because I believe that there is confusion and uncertainty about exactly what it is that we decided, and I can understand that. I think it's important to understand that we made no decision on the merits of this case, that we did not decide that we would have a summary hearing or that we would put certain constraints on how we would rehear this case. In fact, the opposite is true. We consistently held that there could be no such time constraints or procedural constraints around our reconsideration of this matter. I think it's important for people to understand why closed sessions are permitted under the Open Meetings Act for matters that are under litigation. The reason is that the other party to this case is a private company, and they can deliberate and strategize how they will approach this litigation in private. If we were forced to discuss our strategies related to this Supreme Court case in public, we would be at a competitive disadvantage. And since we're representing the public interest would be at a competitive disadvantage. That is why the closed sessions are permitted and justified. And having made that decision, it's no longer a surprise, and it's something that we can discuss in public, and something that we wanted to discuss in public, so that everyone understood exactly what we decided.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison. So I guess, as I said, you know, I'd want to, I mean, I believe that we erred by citing the commission's rehearing rule. And all of the parties seem to agree with that as well. And in fact, it's time barred. So I just, you know, I didn't appreciate that, you know, when the time came. But do you agree? Are you okay with, you know, our council figuring out how we could correct that?
Yes, I'm totally on board with correcting the language there. You know, I understand that the specific point was in a technicality of rehearing versus reopening. Is that correct, Mr. Smith, that we're discussing here?
Yeah, well, the rehearing statute is really, the rehearing rule, excuse me, is really formulated in a way that it contains very specific time periods for action by the commission and provides for more limited due process opportunities in terms of not just opening the record fully for the presentation of new evidence, but also potentially, you know, making a decision on a rehearing motion based on just briefing or really anything in between that the commission might have the discretion to order in considering a motion for rehearing. And again, that's, I think the reason for that is because there is a statute addressing, there are two statutes really that address the requirement for filing an appeal, and filing a motion for rehearing has to be done within, is a separate statute, has to be done within a certain amount of time of the issuance of a final order, because it ties in with the 30-day limit for filing an appeal. And there may be reasons why the commission wants action, you know, doesn't necessarily want to grant a full rehearing process, because the, you know, what's been approved in an order that's subject to an appeal may need to get in place, and that there's not an opportunity to start a whole nother, you know, 6-month or year-long hearing process at that time. The reopening statute rule rather is more broad, and basically allows the commission to reopen whenever there's new evidence, or when the commission believes that the public interest requires a reopening of the case. So it's really the more appropriate, as the responding parties have pointed out, and even NEE in its objection points out that that's the more appropriate provision to reopen consideration of a request for further proceedings consistent with the commission's order, the December 9th order.
Well, I'm not an attorney, and that is a technicality which escaped me, but I would be fully in favor of amending that such that we are calling for a reopening. And I fully agree with Commissioner Aguilera that in this matter, a reopening of the record is needed. Quite a lot of time has passed. New information is undoubtedly available. New analysis undoubtedly needs to be performed. So I just want to emphasize that our intent was never to do a very quick review of the evidence that is on record and make a decision. That was never our intent.
So, Commissioner, I mean, my recommendation, there is a response that is due to the court tomorrow regarding one of the motions, and my recommendation would be to indicate to the court that the commission does not, no longer supports the motion for rehearing, or rather a remand to conduct a rehearing as the original motion proposed, but rather consistent with the commission's December 9th, 2021 order. A remand should take place, that any remand that is being requested should take place consistent with the provisions of that commission's December 9th order, including proceedings pursuant to the commission's reopening rule 12237E, and otherwise in accordance with the commission's rules of procedure. And the reason I say that about the rules of procedure is because that's really the tie-in with the reopening rule, is because the reopening rule provides that you're going to start an evidentiary process, and that evidentiary process is tied in with the commission's rules of procedure generally. So all the due process protections that are in the normal rules of procedure would apply to that proceeding. And I would just point out that this would be this is not binding, this would not be binding the commission to grant a motion for rehearing. It would be so that the commission could consider a motion that that Avangrid and the joint applicants might file for rehearing consistent with the December order. I said rehearing. Let me strike that.
Yeah, I was, yeah, thank you. I was
for further proceedings, excuse me.
Okay, so I want to explain sort of where I am, because I want to not make the same mistake about not being transparent about what I am thinking. So under Rule 12237E4, this is the part where the commission on its own motion. Actually, I'll just read it. The commission may at any time reopen any proceeding when it has reason to believe that conditions of fact or law have so changed as to require, or that the public interest requires, the reopening of such proceeding. I think that there is a good case to make that already. However, I don't want to make that decision yet. I want to hear what the parties have to say about that. Does that make sense?
And I may not have actually stated that as eloquently or non-eloquently as I should have previously before, but that was what I was suggesting, is that the commission would respond to the court with, which is that the commission would consider whatever motion the joint applicants might file seeking rehearing consistent, and that would be consistent with the December order, the 2021 order. And I said it again.
Yeah.
Rehearing for further proceedings consistent with the December 9th order. But the commission is not agreeing at this time that reopening would be granted. It would be considering that a motion for reopening. And that's also really what the rehearing, the previous agreement was. PNM, I keep saying PNM, Avangrid and the joint applicants had not actually filed yet their motion for rehearing. So it was an agreement to a process to consider that unfiled motion. And the same thing would apply here. This would not be an agreement that reopening necessarily will happen based on what the commission would still analyze the basis for reopening that the joint applicants would propose and make a decision based on that. But that can't happen at this time, as we've noted, because the commission does not have jurisdiction to conduct those proceedings in the 20-00222 UT docket where the original application was filed until the Supreme Court grants a remand to the Commission of Jurisdiction to do that analysis. So the commission's decision, a commission request to the court has no effect in the underlying case until the Supreme Court grants that motion and remands jurisdiction.
Thank you. I think we can all see why in Ogden, the Supreme Court said that you can discuss litigated proceedings in closed session. Okay, so I think I grasp what you were explaining, and so I guess my ask would be, you know, for you to go back and write it up. I think that, you know, so long as it results in us being able to request input as to whether we should reopen the proceeding, I think, and then, you know, have the time to consider that's really what I'm looking for. Yeah.
I would agree. We should amend it as you suggested.
That's all I had.
Yeah.
Okay, based on those instructions, I will make a filing with the court conveying that position.
Thank you. I take it you fellers are done, so we'll move on. Next item is a rulemaking overview and prioritization discussion led by our chief of staff, Victoria Corey.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I think I'm going to share my screen. I don't sound confident because I'm not entirely sure I am.
Maybe our employee of the month can help it.
Oh, yes, all right. Right. But now it's not letting me. There we go. Okay, so a few weeks ago, you all tasked me with taking what I'm going to call a survey of the outstanding proposed rulemakings and rulemaking ideas that have been floating around this agency, and coming up with a way to prioritize them, make them happen efficiently, make them happen without overtaxing our resources. So what I have done is worked with staff from all divisions that have a hand in the rulemaking process, have gotten input from those staff members in those divisions, and categorize them in essentially 3 categories, a little bit like a menu. Category A, category B, category C, because just doing them either as they come up or all at once is not going to work. What I did not do was provide priorities. I felt like that was your role, not ours. And I did not provide dates because those are going to depend on many things, including priorities and some of the other major actions that this agency is undertaking. So if you want either of those things, I'm going to have to go back and come back to you. But I think this should give you an overview of how I see this agency being able to tackle the various rulemakings. So to give you an idea of how I categorize things. I said, put them in 3 categories: high, medium, and low. I looked at the various complications, the stakeholder involvement, the technical level that would be required, whether we were drafting a new rule or whether we were cleaning up an old rule, frankly, how much time this is going to take from the staff participation in these. And so we put them into 3 categories. And just so we're all on the same page, so we're all talking the same language, I have included a bit of a key as the very broad brush steps of a rulemaking. So when we refer to step 0, that's the initial inquiry, opening a docket, maybe scheduling workshops, getting together with the stakeholders. Step 1 is then subsequently drafting the notice of proposed rulemaking, issuing it. Step 2 is the public comment part of it, both live public comment, but also filed written public comment from stakeholders. Holding the hearing is a whole step unto itself, and so I broke that out. Step 4 is considering the public comment and making any changes that are required from the record to the proposed rule. And step 5 is finalizing and publishing it. So of the rule makings that have been discussed, that have been already opened or otherwise, like literally, if I heard a rumor of an idea of a rulemaking, we included it in here. So I think it's pretty comprehensive, or if it's not explicitly in here, it will be kind of nestled under one of the topics listed here. So the most complicated level A rulemakings that I think this agency is looking at, and I did not intend for all the categories to be equal in number, but oddly enough, it worked out that way. So level A difficulty, master difficulty, if you will, is the RPS cost rider, the grid modernization, integrated distribution planning and cybersecurity, reliability standards, and resource adequacy planning. Of these, one of them is already in step 1 of the rulemaking, and the rest of them have not been opened yet. I think that's important to know because I want to make sure that we, as you're considering the priorities, we're not wasting work already done. So you have that information there. We tried to be comprehensive in the rules that this would impact, although as we get through the workshops, it might be discovered that it impacts additional rules or it needs a new rule. Level B, I'm in the wrong screen. There we go. Level B, medium difficulty, would be the tolling of the suspension period of rate cases, PRC transportation, structural updates, hearing procedures, filings, and filing fees. Now, those sound like a whole lot of disparate topics all piled in there, but the reason I included them here is because they all affect Rule 1.2.2 and various portions of that. And from my perspective and talking with the stakeholders and staff, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to open up amending Rule 1.2.2 3-4 different times. Let's just do it at once, address everything that needs to be changed in that rule and get it closed in that rule. Other medium level rule topics would be energy efficiency cleanup, the transportation network, non-emergency transport. That's a new rule that would be required under new legislation, and the community solar cleanup. Now, this slide has 2 oddly colored lines. The first is the TNC non-emergency transport. That's red because that's going to need to be an emergency rulemaking because that statute goes into effect July 1st. And so that means that we need rules for that starting in July so that they're not operating without rules. The second one on here is the second funky colored one on here is community solar cleanup. That is in like a gray brown color. And the reason I put it in that color is because it's not ready yet. It's on the list. I wanted to be comprehensive, but we're really looking probably next year, late next year, before it would be appropriate to look at this rulemaking. So while it's on here, so you can think about it and have it in our collective minds, we're not near that time yet. And then last, the novice level, if you will, of the rulemakings is, and excuse me, I should say also the levels do not denote priority. There's no indication of what's important or what's not here. It's just a matter of what I'll call shorthanded difficulty. The Rural Co-op Renewable Energy Act rules, the limitations of liability in telecom tariffs, deleting out old sites in the IRP rules. That's a cleanup. The SRUSF, which you will note is already pretty far through the rulemaking process. And then again, another emergency rule that we would need to look at. And I think this, you all touched on this earlier today, the ambulance EMT requirement rule. And that's in red because the waiver is perpetually expiring. Let's put it that way. So those are the roughly, I'm bad at math, 15 rules, 14 rules, something around there, that or topics that have been floating around out there. And then as we're engaging in this and as we're thinking about it, I want to help you with the considerations that I would think of as I'm working with staff. And that is, for these level A rulemakings, these are going to be the monsters, the biggies. These are the ones that are going to tie up our staff. But the other things to remember is it's not just our staff that we need to be cognizant of. It's the interveners, the interested parties. What happens when you have a monster rulemaking that overlaps with the major cases, other deadlines, other rulemakings, is that not just our staff, but interveners have to choose where to spend their resources. And so we will get less participation if we are not cognizant of these other things that are in our world here. If you have to choose between filing something in an adjudication and filing something in a rulemaking, my choice back when I was on that side would have been to file in the adjudication. And so therefore you're not getting the full input into the rulemakings. So that's one of the reasons why we need to be careful of when we're scheduling and how many we're scheduling at the same time. I would recommend that we undertake no more than one level A rulemaking at a time, because I think that it's going to be a resource drain for many interveners and for us. We also need, when we're scheduling them, we need to be cognizant of major hearings. And I classified those on my own, so staff might be grumbling, of hearings more than a week, because we have all sorts of hearings going on in this agency. So we can't say we're not going to schedule them during any hearings, but really, we have hearings coming up that are scheduled for a whole month or so. And so we need to be cognizant of that as we are looking at opening these rulemakings. Briefing deadlines, that's another thing that we should be cognizant of as we're looking at scheduling and any other outstanding filings, because again, we will get the best result if we allow the parties to focus on what we're asking them to provide input on. So that's level A rulemakings. Level B rulemakings have fewer considerations. Obviously, we want to be cognizant of any schedules around the level A's, major hearings, briefing deadlines. And level C rulemakings, these are the ones that I'm kind of thinking of as bite-sized. They might be really important, but they're things that I think we can tackle at the same time we're tackling other things. So I'm a fan of brevity, as you can tell. This is my presentation. This is where I came from. You have the underlying spreadsheet in very pretty Christmas colors. That is kind of a collection for notes and other thoughts. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have or talk about priorities.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. Yeah, very thorough. There isn't anything on this list. Like there's things on this list I hadn't. Commissioners, you got any initial thoughts? Or I would recommend that we at least talk about priorities today, if not setting them, because my takeaway is there's a lot of work to do. So we need to get started.
Well, since we have as many initiatives as we do employees, why don't we just do one each?
Yeah, so show up at the Frito pie lunch, or else things get assigned to you.
I would add maybe one more level C type rulemaking regarding renewable portfolio standard reporting. You know, as everyone knows, we have the utilities, the investor-owned utilities have an annual requirement to submit a report on the on their RPS compliance, their RPS levels. Unfortunately, we don't really give any guidance into that, and we get the situation as we did with one of the utilities 2021 reports, where we got an annual RPS report that nowhere in the document did it actually calculate the RPS. So I think that's a problem, and I would like to see us work out some tables that need to be filled out. So I don't see that as being a really big undertaking, but I think it's something that we should have on in our sites.
Commissioner, it might fit. I know it was on my list and I think I took it off because I was thinking it would fit under the RPS cost riders. I use that that's not the topic, but that's likely the rule that it's going to be in 17.9.572. So we can definitely add that.
I would think it's a level C, because that's just we would like these tables to be filled out when you submit your annual.
Respectfully, I don't know if I think it's a level C, especially if we open up the rule for other changes that are related to it as well. But we will certainly put that on the list.
Okay, sure.
Well, I just had a question about that. Is that something you'd like to see annually, or, I mean, you mentioned quarterly, I think earlier, or when the RPS plans get applied over?
Well, I think that should be part of the discussion around the RPS reporting, whether, you know, at a minimum, I would see tightening up the standards around the current annual reports. And, you know, we might decide we want to go beyond that, but you know, that would be sort of a minimum, I would think, and we could that could be part of the discussion.
Well, and the reason I was asking that question is I was just trying to, I was thinking about what you said and what you said, and it could be you build up to this bigger rulemaking by issuing a bench request when the renewal plan gets filed, so then you can see, ask the question that makes sense to you and see what answer you get back, and that might help you clarify how to structure the reporting.
And Mr. Chair, that might also help us decide if it needs to be its own rulemaking initiative or if it fits with the broader RPS rulemakings that we're contemplating here.
Yeah, I appreciate your explanation of sort of considering where the changes are. I think another consideration there is who the interveners might be. For this last example, I think they likely would be the same. And so, you know, it would maybe for that reason also make sense to put them together. Some of these other ones, you know, like the first one in level B with the tolling of suspension and the PRC transportation structural updates, I'm not sure those are the same interveners. And, you know, so we might be inviting different groups into the same rulemaking. And so that one, I guess I just, you know, had a little bit of pause. I would need to think about a little bit more. Yeah, so this is a lot. I mean, I just, you know, came from FERC where this is exactly what was happening. There is definitely fatigue, not just among staff, but the industry as well. It takes a toll on you for sure. I don't know if I can. So I think we need to think about this, and I'm, you know, sort of picturing the diagram, you know, just in terms of like time and how these would sort of work together, because I agree that we probably should not have, for example, 2 level A's going on at the same time. But if they're at different stages, then it might be okay. So it's not like we would need to finish one before starting the other. I mean, as I'm looking at, you know, reliability standards, like how can you say that's not a priority? Like, so I think that's how I would like to think about it, because they're just, I see a lot of priorities here. And so we do need to think about how they, I guess I would need to think about how they work sort of, you know, in time together. So I don't know if, I don't think I could do this right here in this meeting. I would appreciate time to think about them, and I'm trying to think in real time how we could, you know, put like this graphic, you know what I'm talking about, like, right, like, you know, this rulemaking, you know, is in this phase, and this is how long it's going to take. I unfortunately cannot think of the name of that diagram.
Project, is that the kind
diagram, yeah.
It's a Gantt chart.
Is it? Yes, against her. Okay. Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, maybe it would help to sort of estimate how long each one of these would take, and just, you know, put them all on top of each other, and then from there we can shift them around, and sort of look what we can handle at the same time, considering our resources and, you know, the stakeholders and industries resources. I don't know that I explained that very well. I'm happy to draw it out later, but
Commissioner, I think that makes good sense, and I'm happy to do that, and I can do that. I mean, that is something that I can get to you by next week.
I guess I just wanted to add a few more comments, you know, certainly thinking about our staffing resources and the interveners are important, as well as, you know, is there a gap that needs to be filled, and how important is it for us to implement this new rulemaking, are all important considerations. If I could say, you know, a few words about some of these, the RPS cost rider. So we will be on our 3rd notice of proposed rulemaking on this particular rule. And as you may recall, the issue was that in the second order, the second rulemaking, the inclusion of these different annual reporting requirements was done kind of last minute, and a number of the parties objected that they didn't have time to sort of respond, and they asked for a third consideration of it. And in my view, that could be somewhat expanded, and I think we'll talk about that in the future. So that's kind of a housekeeping issue almost, and the RPS cost riders themselves, at least as how I see it, is that they're really only relevant if a utility builds a renewable generator and wants it on their balance sheet, or they want to build it and they want to seek recovery through a cost rider. So if a third-party developer builds it and then the utility concludes a PPA, then that goes under the fuel and purchase power cost adjustment. That would not go through the RPS cost rider in any case. So it's kind of a special case where the utility is authorized to own their own renewable generator. So I'm not sure that particular question is coming up tomorrow, but it is a housekeeping issue that should be decided. On some of these other things, I would say the grid mod integrated distribution planning is definitely high in complexity, and the reliability standards is quite a bit lower. I did want to mention that Arthur O'Donnell and I have had some conversations with some folks at Lawrence Berkeley Labs about providing some assistance to us in these two areas, and they have responded that they are available to assist and they have funding to assist. And so we had an initial discussion about what that might look like, and in the case of reliability standards, we might have, let's just say, 4 workshops where we would, maybe the initial workshop, we would have the utilities do a presentation on what they're doing now in terms of reliability data collection internally, and we know what they're reporting to us, but what they're doing now. And then we might have 3 more workshops where we're looking at specific topics, and we've got an expert from Lawrence Berkeley. They happen to have a nationally known reliability expert to talk on separate topics. And I think I like what Ms. Khoury has outlined here as steps of a rulemaking. We could, very early on, maybe even after that first workshop, introduce a draft NOPR so that for the next 3 workshops, there'd be something concrete to argue for or against and to adjust. I think one of the things about, you're probably aware that last year the commission held a series of workshops on grid modernization, and it was really more of an educational series with speakers on different topics. There was never a NOPR was never issued, and so there was really nothing to sink into for the utilities. So really, although I think it was good in terms of familiarization with a number of different topics, not much concrete project progress was made towards an actual grid modernization rulemaking. And I think we need to do one. Clearly, we've got some cases before us on grid modernization investments, and I am not expressing an opinion on those applications. I would simply say that we have to vote on them, and it's unclear whether they will be approved or not. And the sooner, if we can get, the sooner we can get a grid modernization rulemaking in place that really lays out, the groundwork for, what we're expecting to see and the standards by which these applications will be judged, I think, that would be positive. But I would say more broadly, at least how I'm looking at it, I really see grid modernization and distribution planning being very linked. I think we're getting these separate grid mod cases, I think, because the commission previously asked for them. But in my mind, it's really hard to separate, standard distribution planning and grid modernization. I think when we're looking at, I think it's important to think about what are our goals, and, maybe the goals are, maintaining or improving reliability at reasonable cost, and facilitating interconnections of behind the meter solar. I think, are some things that are important goals. And, having established goals, we can look at how are the investment plans, working towards them. So, I don't want to do an excessive monologue here, so I apologize for that. But, just, to give one quick example, so a utility could say, we want to put smart meters AMI in a certain neighborhood because we've had historically low reliability there, and the smart meters would help us send crews out faster when there's an outage. But you could say, well, wait a minute, if there's a neighborhood with historically low reliability, why don't you focus your investment plan on correcting that problem and investing in that neighborhood? And so the utility would probably say, we're doing that. But, so we're getting these siloed sort of requests for grid mod. And right now we really have no visibility into the distribution planning. That's not something that gets reported to us. But we know the utilities are doing it because, they couldn't operate the distribution grids they have unless they're planning for the future. So they're definitely doing it. Anyway, I think it's not a simple issue, but I think it's an important one that would take a while. In my view, with the reliability standards, we could have maybe 4 workshops and have that NOPR very quickly. And I would hope by the end of the year adopt a rulemaking on reliability. And I think we could also kind of in parallel do the grid mod and integrated distribution planning. But it would take us longer to get to an end result for that one, given the complexity. Sorry to monologue.
No, those are all good thoughts, and I guess just summarize what I've heard is it'd be helpful just to kind of lay these out on a time scale. Also helpful if we could identify ones where some outside resources would be very useful, and it sounds like we've got opportunities to bring some resources to bear. And then again, I think some of the things you're talking about I agree are important. I also think rather than waiting for this rulemaking thing to get through, you might be able to start with some bench requests to get at least a baseline or a foundation for where we're at. And then that would make people make it even better to go forward. And then the last thing is some of these, I agree, we're not going to say here's priority one today, but I think we should agree, let's get started on the non-emergency transport rule, just because that's a fact that has been imposed upon us, and so it's better to have a rule than not to have rules. And then I think the rulemaking we talked about this morning, or earlier this afternoon, with the permanent waiver on the EMTs is another thing that, just so we don't get into a situation where that's still an open question when we do transportation over. So anyway, that would be my 2 cents, is whether we do that this week or next week, I would say let's go ahead and say we should get started on those.
And Mr. Chair, we will do that. We will propose something to you for at the next meeting for those 2 things. As far as some of the level C's and level B's, it might also be possible to not have the workshop stage, the inquiry stage, depending on the level of changes that these topics would require. So I'll also include that when I come back to you next week.
Yeah, to me, that's a chicken and the egg. I think on all of these, a element of success is a good draft of the NOPR. So we can skip the inquiry workshop and trust ourselves to write a NOPR and then find out in public comment, gee, we really didn't do a good job with that. So,
well, the staff, our team really recommended workshops for the complicated ones.
Yeah.
I had that conversation with them.
say all of level A should include an inquiry.
That would be my recommendation.
B, we should trust our judgment. C, probably not. Well, thank you. Any other questions on this? I think this segues nicely into next agenda item, communication from chief of staff, where I'm expecting we'll hear about resources.
If you have some kind of foresight on this.
Talk to chief of staff before the meeting.
So more from me. It feels like a marathon from the chief of staff. So first and foremost, I want to recognize our new employees and some employee promotions. First of all, Colin Gillespie, I'm saying his name wrong. Sorry, Colin. Colin Gillespie is started a new position with in my office as the Director of Legislative and Intergovernmental Affairs. He's going to be helping us out, putting together a concrete legislative plan and working with other as the name suggests, intergovernmental agencies to help build those relationships, whether it's about legislative topics or even some of these boards and commissions that you've been working on over the past several weeks. So congratulations to Colin. Jennifer Baca, as you commissioners know, has rejoined our agency as an executive assistant for the 3 of you. She comes back to us after spending some time at the New Mexico Game and Fish. Jordan Gutierrez has joined us as a project manager in my office. He was most recently the Bank on Burke project manager with the city of Albuquerque. So we're excited to have him helping us with projects. Christina Sandoval has joined us in our HR team as an administrative assistant. She comes to us from the Department of Corrections. We have a new economist in the utilities division, Kai, I'm going to say this name wrong, I'm sorry, Kai Filion, who has come to us from the New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resource Division. We're excited for him to join us. We're excited for everybody to join us. I should just make that as a blanket statement. And then last but not least, we have David Gates, who has joined us in the Pipeline Safety Bureau as a pipeline and safety inspector. He comes to us after, I guess, failing at retirement, and he was retired from 33 years of work in the industry, including with the New Mexico Gas Company and PNM. So we've been making progress in filling positions, and that is a very exciting thing that I wanted to lead off with. Also related to personnel, we're going to be saying goodbye to a longtime employee and a critical member of our transportation team. State Investigator Manny Anaya will be retiring on April 28th. We wish him happiness and joy and relaxation in his well-earned retirement. Along the lines of personnel, still continuing, it's a theme, we have approximately 15 vacancies. So I came in front of you last month and said we had about 17. We've done a lot of hiring, but we've also lost some employees. And so those vacancies continue to be in flux. But I do feel overall like we are making progress towards filling those vacancies. One of the things that we are working on and that we've had some success with is taking a close look at the working title of those positions, because sometimes what makes sense to us in the industry doesn't make any sense to someone who's not in the industry, and trying to attract new blood into this agency. So we're taking a close look at what we're calling the jobs and the positions, because sometimes just doing that little bit of translation has yielded good results. We've also repurposed several positions in the agency to more accurately fill those needs. Some of them you're fully aware of, including consolidating the executive assistant to a single person so that we can create a research pool of advisors for you all. Those positions are currently being posted. I don't think they're posted yet. There's 2 positions there. And then each of you will have your own technical advisors. Those positions are posted. We are posting our recruitments, not just on the traditional sources, New Mexico State Bar for attorneys and on SPO and our LinkedIn website. We've also expanded our reach to be posting on New Mexico State University's, not New Mexico State University, New Mexico universities, to reach potential graduates and also alumni. So we are now on that network. It's called Handshake, as I understand it. So we're making progress there. A little highlight about what our agency divisions are up to. Transportation is currently processing 36 compliance inspections. There are 5 open consumer complaints, 3 of which are being investigated for potential violations. And I want to pause here and take a moment to really mention how important it is that consumers come to us with their concerns, because sometimes we have no other way of learning of the concern and potential violation, and ultimately helping them resolve the issue and maybe making the industry better. So consumer complaints keep coming. We're glad that our divisions work very closely together to address those. Pipeline safety during the first quarter of the year, from January 1st through March, have 488 excavation damage reports that have been or are currently being investigated. And you may have seen last week, we put out a reminder to everybody to call before you dig. And this is a number, this is the number of calls that we get if people don't call before they dig. So it's really important to do that. And they also conducted 51 inspections during the first quarter. That was Pipeline Safety Bureau. In utilities, we're excited to welcome Tim Martinez back to the Engineering Bureau. He's rejoining us after an extended absence, and so we're excited to have him back. And we also want to recognize Gabriella and Jonah for attending the NARUC Accounting and Subcommittee Conference in Oklahoma City for that continuing education. Speaking of continuing education, really proud of and want to make sure that we recognize a group in our legal division. We have 4 employees who have just completed Scott Hempling's Fundamentals of Utility Law course. That's Elizabeth Jeffries, Gloria Regensburg, Melchior, I'm sorry, Mel, I can't say your last name. Severies. Thank you. I read it and it sounds different in my head. And Ryan Friedman. So really proud of them. That's 18 hours over the course of 12 weeks on Monday nights after work on top of their job duties. And so we're really excited to get that new information and new education into the agency. I don't need to highlight HR any more than I already did because they're doing a fantastic job onboarding and helping us recruit and keeping everything running. So well done there. And for ASD, well, you'll be hearing from them and us next week as we get ready to shift into FY24, which is FY23 closes at the end of June. We're looking ahead to FY24 already. In fact, we'll be talking to you very soon about FY25, which seems ages away, but it's time to start talking about that. Which brings me to my section where I tell you about forward-looking initiatives and things that we're working on, that I'm working on with staff and the agency. So the first is talking about budget. We will be talking with you soon about what FY25 looks like. As you are fully aware, this agency is tasked with a whole lot of new stuff in the last 3 or so years. And so we will be looking for an expansion request to increase the number of positions that we have. That's one of the reasons why it's so important to fill those positions that are empty right now. So we will be talking about that probably in the coming month or so. The master calendar project is very nearly ready for full rollout. Some of us have access to it now and it's looking really good. We've been working with the various divisions that need to know when, say, a hearing is going on or when deadlines are, so we can kind of coordinate just on the surface level, make sure that the office is staffed, say for our records bureau, so that they know when to expect a flood of filings, etc. So watch for that. That should be rolling out in the next week or 2. Also, there's a master case list that's forthcoming. Right now it's an Excel spreadsheet, so it's not super user-friendly, but we're exploring ways to make it more user-friendly, and hopefully that will help with some concerns about any kind of ex parte communication. So you'll know who's working on what, and that will be very clear. Along those lines, there will be some forthcoming guidance on applying the ex parte communication rule and statute so that everybody, you, us, staff, everyone is on the same page. And that should be coming out again shortly. We are really focusing on training and professional development, as you're aware. That includes a short training coming up on May 2nd, which I accidentally planned while you all will be in another conference. So apologies for that. We're going to be recording it so that you can catch up on it if you so desire. We're also scheduling a facilitator for a strategic plan, a new one for this agency under your new leadership. We're looking for an executive team leadership development and board development opportunity. And last but not least, we're going to be looking for a comprehensive management training for all of our leaders in the agency. Just because I'm a big believer in continuing education, can't ever have too much of that. So we will be prioritizing that. Last but not least, really this time, last but not least, as promised last month, next week we will have a memo for you about open meeting frequency and what the options are, what the pros and cons are, and how that might shape up for your consideration. I'm hoping to get that to you before the meeting so you can think about it and not be right here as we're presenting it. So that's what I'm working on. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Questions?
Just because I know myself on, for the, policy on the meetings, I'm probably gonna have edits, so. So I think that, we should look at that and then, before putting it on the agenda. Because I'll need time to think about it. Or not, before, discussing it at the meeting, because.
Okay, so making sure that I am giving you what you want. I was going to present to you a memo that staff has been working on regarding all of the various options, not a policy or resolution that would change what's happening now.
Okay. With respect to the open meeting policy, yes. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would still want to look at it just to make sure that it has the information that I'm looking for, because I do have an idea in my head of, what it should look like. And then since we did agree a couple of meetings ago that I would be the lead on that, maybe I could work with Choya and then provide edits or whatever, or suggestions before we present it here. Yeah.
I appreciate the progress that we're making in filling the vacancies and showing that there is opportunities to grow within this organization as your career progresses. Like from day one, been impressed with the commitment to public service in this organization, and now looks like getting some fresh faces, fresh ideas. I think that'll reinvigorate all of us. I've been through a bit of training in my life, and I agree, even if it's a topic that I've been trained in before, I always take away something new. So I think that's another way to reinvigorate yourself and think about things in a new light. So feels like there's a lot of good things happening. So appreciate the hard work that you're putting into it, and all of the staff and their engagement on these efforts.
Appreciate your initiative, Ms. Correa. I think things definitely feel like they're going in the right direction. And I feel like we're starting to work as a team. At least we're moving in that direction. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything else?
No, I was going to excuse myself.
Thank you. So the last time on the agenda is communications with commissioners. I'll go ahead and start off. I don't have much. We've been starting or engaged in the part of our job that is cooperating with our fellow commissioners and neighbors. So we're in Nevada last week. There was a conference across the street a lot of this week. Again, part of why I said what I said about training, it was amazing what could be learned just from listening to other people over the last few days. And it also made me feel like we're in good shape to move forward as a state and a commission. So I just wanted to share that with especially the agency staff that are working on important things, and we're not the only ones working on it. Other people are confronted with the same issues we are, so we're not alone. And again, then if in doing your work you have questions about how other people similarly situated have thought through those, we're building a network of folks that we can turn to for those things. So looking forward to that. And then that continues. Next week, I'm going to go to Kansas City for my first regional state committee with SPP. And so looking forward to that. Hoping Southwest actually operates, but different issue. And then the three of us will be going to Nehru for a new commissioner orientation training session. And then the travels will die down, I hope, for a little while, because there's a lot going on here and it requires our focus. That's my speech. No idea.
Yeah, so I found the CREPC conference to be extremely valuable. I appreciated how candid the conversations were, and it was basically everything I thought it was going to be. I think that it's a really good conference, and I would love it if we can get a few staff to go with us next time, because I think it definitely is valuable. While there, I sort of continued to think about, where we are as a state in terms of access to regional markets. SPS is in an RTO, SPP, and PNM and El Paso Electric are in the EIM, and there are these initiatives, and we'll hear about one tomorrow, I'm sure, with CAISO, the enhanced day-ahead market, and then SPP has its Markets Plus initiative. Both of those are day-ahead markets. And so I actually was not going to mention this now because I still haven't framed it fully in my mind, but I guess I could at least mention it initially. Is I think that it would be good for us to begin to have a conversation with El Paso Electric and PNM about what their thoughts are, and how they're evaluating these markets. I don't want to be stuck with a proposal that's put in front of us and we don't have a whole lot of time to, we're on a statutory clock and don't have a whole lot of time to look at it. So I would much rather get the conversation started early so that we can all think about and hopefully agree to what we're expecting in terms of transparency and market performance, and just make sure that we're all thinking the same thing as we start to head in that direction, or not. Don't want to prejudge that, but so we finished talking about all these rulemakings and initiatives, and here I am talking about another one. Although I don't think this is a rulemaking, I think it's more of a just a workshop. Well, it is not a rulemaking. That is not what I would prefer in any event. But I do think that we should have a conversation.
Yes, it's like similar to what we did with the resource adequacy, maybe, or I thought that went really well, and I appreciated the information the utilities brought to us.
I thought I would maybe mention a little bit about that meeting that we were all at involving Western markets. I think it is quite remarkable the amount of movement in this area. There is a real competition between California ISO, the Independent System Operator of California, and SPP, I'm sorry, Southwest Power Pool, which operates an RTO, a transmission organization in the Eastern interconnect, but they have the SPP folks have moved very quickly to work on getting some agreements done with utilities in the West to have them be part of their day ahead market. So even though the Eastern interconnect and the Western interconnect, where we are here, are electrically isolated, they could still organize and operate a market. And so I think initially everybody thought that, you know, California would be the natural market organizer because they are in the West and they're, you know, the most populous state with the biggest demand. But there has been a lot of concern about governance, the fact that the California ISO board is nominated by the California governor, I think gave a lot of other Western states pause as to, you know, would they be treated fairly in a Cal ISO organized market. They've recognized that, they're considering changes and have even, there's even a bill before the California legislature on that. But it's come pretty late and it allowed time for a competitor to emerge. So, you know, certainly these day ahead markets and that are coming, and the energy imbalance market, which is for, you know, short term, you know, same day transactions, you know, these all help. They help utilities to save money because there can be, I think mainly because of renewable energy, there can be unexpected surpluses or shortfalls, and having these markets can help. And it's not the same as a full regional transmission organization, but it helps to capture some of those efficiencies. So it's very interesting, and I think we're all you know, committed to really figuring out how things are going and thinking about, you know, what would be best for our state. You know, I might I didn't really say much about the reliability topic, and I won't say a lot about it now, except I do want to say why I think it's important. Right now, we are collecting this high level annual data on the distribution companies, their system-wide indices like SAIDI, which is the average duration of interruption, and SAIFI, which is the frequency of interruption. But it's at such a high level, it's really hard to, it's really not actionable data. So, you know, I think we could do a lot more with just on the informational side. For example, if we were to ask, you know, what are the 10 or 20 worst feeders? You know, what were the reliability indices on those feeders? And, you know, even on an annual basis, we would see, are those same feeders on the list year after year, or are the companies making improvements to get those feeders off the list, and then other ones come on that need some work. You know, we could also ask questions like how many customers were without power for 4 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours over the year. And, you know, those are the customers that are really unhappy. And, you know, that I think would give, collecting those kind of metrics would provide some incentive for utilities to work on reducing those numbers. So, you know, even on the reporting side, I think there's room for improvement on the reliability standards. I don't think it's incredibly complicated, which is why I would put it like A4 or A3, kind of less in complexity than the grid mod. But anyway, those are my thoughts.
Well, thanks for sharing that. And while I was listening to you, it reminded me that just you did a word cloud on the presentations we heard between the markets conversation in Nevada and the broader utilities conference. Being data driven showed up quite a bit, you know, in terms of that's something that regulators, not just our Commissioner Ellison eloquently describing here, but regulators across country are recognizing that one thing that needs to happen to confront some of these complicated issues is let's be fact-based and data-driven. So you just reminded me of that. So thank you.
Yeah, just one other update since this sort of came up quickly on me. I'm going to be on a panel on Friday at a conference for the U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And that'll be here at the El Dorado next door. So, and I'll be on the panel together with Commissioner from Arizona, Lea Marcus Peterson. So wanted to note that. And then actually that's it.
Anything else? So I thank everybody for hanging in there. This might be our new record long meeting, but maybe it just feels that way because usually we go into lunch, but so anyway, again, appreciate everybody, what they bring to these meetings. It helps us do good work. And seeing no disagreement, we're in adjournment.